Breaking news. Oh, y'all couldn't hear me the entire time. I figured it out though. What's good, Jet? I made breakfast. That's why I'm late. Did y'all see the discourse happening online about cooking versus eating out, which is more expensive? Did you get a bagel? No. Even though I really want a bagel. I just got toast. I have toast, eggs, and bacon. It's silly discourse. It's what I hate cooking sometimes. It is always a silly discourse when it comes out. I think it becomes a reductive discussion on both sides. Doesn't depend on your country. It depends on like the time of year, you know? It depends on what you like to eat. Oh, I didn't mean to. I think I broke it. There we go. Wait, what happened to it? Hello? Oh, okay, I fixed it. Um, it's a lot of lust, not a lot of love. What's up, chat? Cooking is cheaper, but if you have the means, I understand not wanting to invest in time in cooking. I don't fully agree with that. It really depends, right? If we're talking about purely monetarily, like maybe cooking is cheaper if you like meal prep. This is my take on the discourse. Cooking is only cheaper if you meal prep. If you enjoy eating the same thing consistently, um, for multiple days in a row, right? Otherwise, if you don't like doing that or you can't do it for whatever reason, and you want variety, right? A combination of the two is probably going to net you a cheaper uh experience, right? Because you have to think about like the time it takes uh to cook a variety of different meals. Also, it depends on your house size. If you're cooking for a family, then it's always cheaper to cook by and large for the most part. Um, but if you are living alone, right? If you're living alone, just if you live alone, exactly. Yeah, if you live alone, then it's if you live alone and you want variety, right? To eat a variety of things, and you don't want to spend time, 30 minutes to an hour, every day cooking food, then some combination of you know meal prepping 3 days for 3 days or 4 days a week, and then eating out for like the other two, and then starving on the one. That's the answer. We're saying something like chicken is the same when cooked differently. I cook chicken every day, just differently. The problem is like if you're cooking chicken every day differently, you're investing more time than if you were to just meal prep, right? That means you have to take active effort to uh figure out how you're gonna cook the chicken every day, and then cook the chicken every day differently and separately, right? And that's only the protein. You're talking about like rice, uh, you know, freaking quinoa. I don't know what you freaking make. Vegetables and keeping fresh vegetables and things of that nature. Like you're gonna be eating the same meal essentially. You know, and if you do that, then yeah, it's cheaper. Restaurants use a lot more fats and heavy creams than you would use at home. I'm
Hasanabe
not saying that again. We're talking
_FBI
purely about like
underscore
it being more
handler
expensive. I'm
just
not talking about like
subscribed.
it being unhealthy. We live in America. You're not living a healthy lifestyle in America for the most part, unless you take an active effort to do so. You know what I mean? We're talking about like monetary value, also time investment. My point is like it's not as simple as just but bulk buy groceries and then just make food. Because I'm a gym bro, I'm health conscious, plus eating disorders, so I keep my diet consistent. Definitely fresh fruit and veggies in the UA are really cheap compared to America, but meat is still quite expensive. So you're stuck with eating rice or a salad on the right budget. What delivery costs? They inflate prices on the apps. Who's talking about delivery? You're not listening to what I'm saying. See, this is the problem. Is some of y'all are so stuck in your mindset that you just make shit up. You just make shit up. I'm not saying you get food delivered, right? And again, this is different for every person involved, but it's a conversation about eating out versus cooking and what is the least expensive, all factors involved with you know, consuming food essentially. You know? In Texas, mind you, buy one, get two free chicken and a frozen bag of mixed broccoli, carrots, and cauliflower is only $20. But again, you're still gonna be eating that for the most part. Chicken rice is the best combo. Honestly, let's cope. What I've learned is just a lot of people who just, eat just like dog food essentially, and come being like, why can't everybody just eat dog food? It's so simple. Just eat your mashed peas and shredded beef every day. Eat your chicken and rice every day. It's so easy. Just consume dog food every day. Like, it's not as simple as like, not everybody can consume dog food every day. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you've ever met my freaking parents, like my mom specifically, she doesn't want to eat the same thing more than twice, for whatever reason. And so if you're like, yeah, just eat the same thing, right? Just meal prep for the month, freeze the last 3 weeks and eat the first week, and then thaw out the next week and then eat that week, and then thaw out the next week and then eat that week, then yeah, it's like, that is cheaper than eating out 9 times out of 10. You know what I mean? So a meal service advertised on Insta, literally marketed as dog food but for humans. Yeah. Where's my fork go? Oh. Have we started on this again? I just talk about what I saw on Twitter. It's a current discourse. My take is literally that I don't. It's pure. And again, maybe this is the leftist in me. It's a nuanced perspective, right? Like this morning, I was like an hour late to stream because I was cooking breakfast, right? So I actually lost money. By making my own food. I would have saved money if I just went live at my normal time and just DoorDash something. DoorDash is still expensive though. Doesn't matter. I like it took me an hour to cook this food. I would have made like double that in an hour on just streaming. Could it be as expensive if you DoorDash on stream? I don't think so. People probably count it, but I don't think so. Legitimately, cook my food like it's a chore because it is a chore. It is. Cooking 3 times a day is a chore. It is. It is a time investment. Cooking takes time, is definitely better and healthier to do it versus eating out. Okay, we're not talking about like what's healthier, we're talking about what is the most cost effective, right? It is a terrible time investment. I will say for the payoff, it's not the best, you know? Especially for how consistently it needs to happen, right? You need to eat every day. So if you're cooking 3 times a day, 3 days, not three times a day, 7 days a week, and you want variety, that is like 21 meals that you need to buy groceries for, right? And then cook every single day. But your family cook once a day for a family of 5. Again, we're not talking about people with families. We're talking about people who like live alone, maybe even with a partner. We have 30 minutes earlier. Again, that's you don't understand what time I wake up, right? I wake up like 6:30 every day, maybe even like 6 a.m. every day. You talk about waking up 5:30, and that doesn't fix the lunch and dinner perspective. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can wake up at 5:30 every morning to make breakfast if I'm able to do that consistently. But then I end stream at like 12 and then I go straight to work. You know what I mean? Like I start working. I have meetings. Right? And it's the problem is that y'all have this black and white view of the way people live their lives that it's just not legitimate. What you're asking, you want ease, not utility. I'm not asking you for shit, chatter. I'm just describing you the perspective that people have. You know? You just eat gruel. Breakfast can be easy. Pre-bottled protein shakes and a fruit. Protein shakes like shit. I'm gonna be real. Right? Because again, what we're also not talking about is like, y'all are just be like, yeah, just eat my, eating disorder diet, bro. Sure, I have an eating disorder. Yeah, I have ED, but like, just eat my eating disorder diet, Like, it goes down to like dietary preference, what people enjoy to eat, what people like to eat, which is why like, you can't just be like, oh, just eat what I eat every day, and then you can live a healthy life, Just spend the amount of time that I spend cooking, and then eat what I eat every day, and then it wouldn't be more expensive for you. You know what I mean? What'd you make for breakfast? Eggs, toast, and freaking bacon. You have the same Mark Wahlberg gets up at 3 a.m. You wake up and have breakfast at your door. That says protein should taste like ass. I also don't enjoy it. Maybe I haven't found like a protein shake that I like. I just don't enjoy it. It's not good. Exactly. I'm not used, so that's a non-starter. Yeah. Hour for eggs, toast, and bacon. Yeah, kind of. I only have one pan, so maybe this is like an investment I need to make. I was going to buy more than one pan in the first place, but like, I only got one pan. You do what you got to do. I do overnight oats. I did overnight oats, but again, I run into the issue where like I'll like do overnight oats or I'll meal prep for like a week, and then I'll just run out of shit. You have cheap supermarket audio over there. We ain't got cheap shit over here in LA. I'm gonna be real. Hate the texture of overnight oats, low-key. I like overnight oats. Overnight oats are delicious. They're very good, right? But they're just a hassle to make. You know? And like, okay, a perfect example of this, why like money comes over convenience, right? You could buy the cheapest pack, like the cheapest value pack of about to expire bone-in, skin-on chicken thighs. But the amount of time you're taking to prep that is you want ease. Well, yeah, because shit takes time, chatter. Do you know what you're talking about? This shit takes time. When you don't want ease, right, there is a balance you have to strike. It's either you have an ease, right? Either you have ease of access for people, or the shit takes time to make. You literally cannot do, if you have any time investment, the cheapest and most efficient form of groceries, right? Because you're going to be spending a lot of time making that shit. Or you can go a little bit more expensive. Like you can have fresh, right, in season vegetables and fruit, right? Or get a little bit more expensive per serving and have frozen vegetables. It's a little bit more, it's easier to make, right? But it's going to be more expensive by and large. And that's the entire conversation when it comes to food when people are eating, right? There's a balance you have to strike between expensive and convenient because you have like freaking DoorDash, you know, food delivery, which is the most convenient but also the most expensive. And then you have going out, grocery shopping, cooking your every meal with the cheapest wholesale you know, cheapest wholesale things. Like you can buy a huge bag of black beans, right? But those beans need to be soaked before they used. Or you can buy some canned beans, which are more expensive wholesale, but it's easier to just open up the can and use those beans, right? There's some balance in the middle, right, of that I think people are just losing that nuance. You know? It's not as simple as just cook all your shit with the you know, with the wholesale bag of rice and bag of beans and a value pack of the, you know, chicken or whatever. You know? I respect and support your decision to get to deliver it every day. I don't get shit delivered every day. Where are you getting this from? I told you you're just making shit up, chatter. I'm saying that it would be, I would make more money by getting shit delivered every day. Right? Because I don't have to take the time to get off stream and cook shit. Right? But that's a me thing. That's not an everybody thing. Right? More convenience equals more labor. Other people are doing which you need to compensate them for. Yeah. That's the conversation. And it's purely situational. Now I think that the entire conversation is stupid because like even if you get shit delivered, if you get your 3 meals a day delivered or whatever, like I don't care, you can do that. I don't know why you feel the need to justify it to strangers on the internet. They're not you. Right? And if you cook your every meal or whatever, I don't understand why you feel the need to shit on people on the internet because again, they're not you. Just do whatever choice is best for your life. Which is why I think all these conversations are stupid in the first place, because it's purely situational. It's about what you do for work, how far you live away from the grocery store, how much groceries are where you live, right? Things of that nature, right? How much variety you eat, right? How much you weigh, and how many calories you require, right? What you're allergic to. All of these things culminate into the decisions that you make about what you eat and what is best for you. So sometimes maybe for you, it makes more sense to spend more money to eat in a less cost-effective, more convenient way, right? Or
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Way you eat is cheaper, but you're going to be spending more time prepping your food.
Just subscribed. SDABLOVE.
Kitty Cat, thank you for the 5-month subscription. That's my take. I cook 6 out of 7 days a week. Yeah, that's insane. That is crazy. Like even getting groceries on like Sunday and then cooking all of your meals, I couldn't imagine cooking 6 out of 7 days, right? I'd meal prep, which I do meal prep, right? I'll get some chicken, some sweet potatoes, some rice, some broccoli, right? Put them in like these takeout containers and put them in the freaking refrigerator. And I just warm them up. You know what I mean? Like, I can't, because if I were to cook that every day, first of all, it wouldn't make any sense, right? Imagine just like spending like an hour every day to like preheat the oven to roast some sweet potatoes. Like that wouldn't make sense. It just wouldn't, right? So there's some balance you have to strike. Because you know, it's like security. Got an air fryer? No, I don't have an air fryer. I could get an air fryer, but like I hate having so many appliances when I just use an air fryer because I hate having so many appliances. I literally have like I've bought like 3 separate air fryers over the past 5 years, right? Just 3 separate air fryers because I go to college and then I will bring my air fryer back and then it'll be sitting in storage and then I'll move and then I'll be like, oh, I've moved. Now I don't have an air fryer. And it would cost more money for me to ship my air fryer or for my parents to ship my air fryer back to me, right? So I buy another air fryer and then I move back home and then I put it back in storage and then I'd move again, which is what I did. I moved to LA and now it's still back in North Carolina, back in storage. And it would be just cheaper for me to buy another air fryer, right? It would be cheaper for me to buy another air fryer than to just get that one shipped again. And that would be me buying my 3rd air fryer. And that feels like wasteful to me and stupid and dumb. I see no problem with this. That's crazy. Make chili and rice? No. I don't know what the story lonely is, chatter. 3 air fryer, 3 different dishes. I do hate people who are like, oh, just make this food or whatever. Make this food. Make this food. I eat this food and I'm fine. Like, some people don't like that food, chatter. That's the answer. I think it's a lot easier to give people overarching, like, I think the problem is not people don't have recipes. The problem is that people can't cook, right? That's the issue, is that people just can't cook. Be able to read the rest? No. And so cooking is not just like following recipes. I think people don't understand this either. It's about taking ingredients just in general and making something out of it. And this is a problem about like society, about the way society operates in the first place, is that I think people can like reduce the amount that they order out by a factor of like 3, right? If they just were able to cook in general. Like, just looking in their pantry and being like, okay, this is what I can make. This is what I'm going to make. Because like some people have like stuff in their pantry, and a lot of time you just need to buy one thing. It's a lot better if you go to the grocery store instead of buying meals for like 10 meals or 10 different days. And okay, well, I just need chicken because I have this other stuff at home in my pantry. You just go, you buy the chicken, and then you, like, that's cheaper than anything, right? That's cheaper than meal prepping. That's cheaper than ordering out. That's cheaper than, that is literally the cheapest thing you can do. It's like having like kitchen staples, if you will, and using those until you have nothing left, and then you just replenish it with your trip to the grocery store, right? But again, at that point, you're cooking literally every day, and we haven't even talked about the having to worry about what you're going to eat and how stressful that is, right? Like, if you grew up in a disadvantaged like household, like if you grew up poor, I'm saying, if you grew up poor, you know how stressful it is to have to worry about what you are going to eat, right? And that stress, and you can put a price on that stress, and that price is a freaking McDonald's meal. Let's be real. It's like having to worry about, what you're eating as the parent of 2, 3 kids after coming home for a long day of work, right? Even though it's more expensive, a lot of people will just have that peace of mind to just pick something up on the way back home, put it in front of their kids, and then lay down and go to sleep. So like that's also something that I think people are kind of leaving out of that conversation as well. And there's so many tuna casserole dinners, hot dogs with slices of bread as buns. My dad used to bring home a bag of burgers. W. Conversations about the failings of capitalism. Yeah. But you teach your kids how to cook. That's not a catch-all. Like you can't individual solution yourself out of a systemic problem. You know what I mean? Not necessarily. Like how are you going to teach a 4 and 5-year-old how to cook and expect them to do that without your supervision? You know? Again, it's a nuanced conversation about how old your kids are. Can your kids feed themselves and things of that nature? My point in my overarching point is like my point with a lot of these things is that it's not as black and white as people make it seem. That's my take. If it's unhealthy foods and poor people don't have the time, this is a systemic problem. Yeah. We used to put the kids in the mines. They can learn to cook is crazy. Poor parents are going to teach their kids to microwave canned foods. No, poor parents aren't teaching their kids like shit when it comes to that. Right? Poor parents are buying like okay, for example, when I was growing up, my sister almost burned the house down because she didn't almost burn the house down. But she put a microwavable bowl of Kraft mac and cheese in the microwave without putting the water in it, right? Causing the noodles to burn and potentially catch fire, right? And kids do shit like that all the time. All the time. Right? With like ramen noodles and things like that. Everybody's done that before with mac or ramen. Yeah. Or they did set fire to the microwave and now I have a fear of microwaves. So that's kind of the point. The point is that, right, we have crafted a society where to be or to live an unhealthy lifestyle is to live the easiest lifestyle. Right? We have a purely car-centric society. All of the most convenient foods are the most unhealthy, right? And people don't have time to worry about living their most healthy lifestyle, right? Not everyone can afford a running store of extracts, spices, flour, and sugar, and spices and extracts can be hundreds of dollars for a basic set. Yeah. Freaking spices are expensive for no reason. Gosh darn it. But yeah, anyway, that was a deep conversation about like the intricacies of eating out versus cooking your food. And as with many discourses, it's stupid. Everyone who can't cook is a walking L. Take 5 minutes off. If that's what you get from this conversation, I don't know what to tell you. I'm surprised I like the nuances in this conversation more than the Twitter discourse. I mean, because Twitter is where nuance goes to die. We didn't even get into people's dietary restrictions or mental health about food. Exactly. Yeah. As with all things, it's more nuanced than people make it out to be. I've been my boyfriend for 6 years, and he has cooked for me maybe twice. And maybe that's not his love language. I don't know if cooking's a love language, bro. uh, Anyway, we're moving on, and we're talking about World War III, because there's also Twitter discourse about that. Also, Hasanabi FBI handler, thank you for the 8-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Because the liberals are coping. The liberals are coping. All right. Americans stop centering themselves challenge. Oh, you know that's never going to happen. You know that's never going to happen. If Kamala was president every 5 seconds. Yeah. So let's start with what? Oh, this video is playing by itself. You start with Hassan's video on it. U.S. attacks Iran. What might Iran do next? I'm going to start with this, get a little bit of an overview. Then we're going to go into the liberal discussions, because yes, the U.S. has directly struck Iran, which, if you didn't know, you are unfamiliar with the intricacies of geopolitics in warfare dynamics. That is an active war. If Iran so chooses to declare it, to be fair, that doesn't necessarily mean we are at war directly. It is a declaration of war, but it's not like, does not mean that we are, at war until war has been like officially declared. Which I don't know if it has been technically. Not subscribed to Hassan. I'm not subscribed to a lot of people on this account. Right? This is my account where I see like XQC in my recommendations, right? If I subscribe to so many people, right, that I actually like, I won't get the bad people I don't like in this account. Technically, Congress has to declare war, but it hasn't been needed for a long time now. I mean, to be fair, though, Iran could declare war on us, and that still means we are in war, right? But honestly, who cares what Congress has to think? They're being cucked, so. Oh, I can't hear anything. Let's get into World War III.
States has gotten involved in the conflict between Israel and Iran.
What options does Iran have to retaliate? What could it potentially do?
Statement from the Atomic Energy Organization. Following the brutal attacks of the Zionist enemy over the past few days, at dawn today, the country's nuclear sites in Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan were attacked by the enemies of Islamic Iran in a barbaric act that contradicts international law, especially the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. This is true. This action, contrary to international law, was unfortunately carried out in the shadow of indifference and even cooperation of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The American enemy, through cyberspace, has claimed responsibility for the attack on the aforementioned sites, which are under the continuous supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, based on the Safeguards Agreement and the NPT Treaty. The international community is expected to condemn the lawlessness based on the rules of the jungle and support Iran in achieving its legitimate rights. The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran assures the great Iranian nation that despite the evil conspiracies of its enemies, with the efforts of thousands of its revolutionary motivated scientists and specialists, it will not allow the development of this national industry, which is the result of the blood of nuclear martyrs, to be stopped. This organization has put the necessary measures, including legal action, on its agenda to defend the rights.
Which I'll be doing the new medieval era after World War III. It might be fun to be a blacksmith. I mean, let's be entirely real. If it was a genuine world war, as in like all major superpowers got involved, there is no like after World War III. You know, there's no half measures. There's no. True, but it's fun to imagine. Deep underground or in a corpse, yeah.
Of the noble Iranian nation. I thought they were going to pull out. This is also a very limited, restrained, legal response that is within the legal confines. So they're not even saying, they're not. I don't think Iran's retaliation, maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm not wrong on this, but I don't think Iran's retaliation is going to be that crazy. I think it, I mean, unless this is a mistranslation, because it's from Persian, Farsi to English, I don't know. I think like basically Iran is going to continue being restrained and diplomatic against an increasingly belligerent enemy, as this increasingly belligerent enemy completely destroys all of its resources, exhausts its resources. They're downplaying the impact of the strikes, which there's truth to, right? This is a violation of their sovereignty in spectacular fashion. Having said that, I believe that they reported days ago.
There are some updates about what might Iran do next, as Hassan's title is putting it, which we'll get to in a second.
A week ago that they had moved the enriched uranium away from the Fordow facility. So I think they're going to be like, oh, this wasn't even that big of a hit. We only got a little boo-boo, and who knows what happens after that. According to the stock guy, Iran is isolated and has no support from others unless Trump attacks Islam religion. Nothing is really significant per his Friday stream. I mean, that's a funny take, but it's not wrong. Iran is a very isolated. It's isolated regionally.
Iran. That kind of implies that like the U.S. doesn't want to go to the negotiating table, which I don't think that it does currently, or like that Trump does currently. But like, if that's the case, wouldn't it just be easier to just keep striking Iran? Like, if you're trying to goad, I don't think Trump needs U.S. public approval to like go to war with Iran. Is my take. Right? This isn't necessarily exactly like the invasion of Iraq, right? Where like manufacturing consent was necessary. I saw a tweet that said, America is so deindustrialized that it's not even manufacturing its own consent. Right? Trump doesn't care for it, but his cabinet probably does. I don't know. I mean, maybe, but like, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see.
It's also clearly not being adequately defended by the larger powers that would normally rush to defend it. I don't think China is going to do anything. Iran is pursuing legal action. That's so funny. We're living in ridiculous times. Like what process? What legal process? First of all, the entire.
I mean, they're liberals. There used to be a saying that was like, liberals oppose all wars but the current wars, but even now they're just like, honestly, this one's kind of fine. You didn't stop at Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria. U.S. didn't stop at Afghanistan, Iraq, or Pakistan.
Entire sham of international human rights was directly concocted by a group of vassal states that are utterly servile to American interests. Every
think about. I mean, again, I just don't know, right? I'm not saying you're incorrect or wrong, but like, and also like, it's not the U.S. hasn't done that before. Like, the U.S. is like, has admitted, decades later that they are and have done false flag attacks, but like,
European country is sitting around on their hands and knees waiting for Trump's orders. Trump says jump, they say how high. America says do this, they go, oh, please, I would love to do this. Every single thing that you hear from European leadership about how angry they are at America's reasoning, America's actions against them, is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. So the entire international rule-based order that is designed and is supposed to be upheld by these European defenders of liberal democracy is not being upheld. Benjamin Netanyahu flew over French airspace. France is supposed to be one of...
Didn't he also land in Greece? Why did no one arrest him?
The only countries in Europe that at least have has some aesthetic interest in sovereignty. They got nukes. They don't give a what do you expect Iran to do? I mean, listen, I don't know. But if I was in this situation, if I was the head of state of a country that is being bruised and battered by a belligerent attack dog for the largest superpower on the planet, I would very quickly cut as many deals as possible with the other big dog. I'd be like, please give me the Dongfeng missiles. I will do anything for you. I have a 25-year energy contract with you. Give me some Dongfeng missiles. I would like to launch some Dongfeng missiles instantly. I would like to launch maximum amounts of Dongfeng missiles is what I would probably do in that situation. International law collapsed in 2003 with the invasion of Iraq. Biden made a mockery.
Bird, thank you for the 4-month subscription.
Just subscribed.
Much appreciated. I think he enjoys saying that because it has dong in the name.
Of it from 2023 to 2025, and Trump has torn the mask off in 2025. Exactly. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of commercial vessels potentially flying above them, you know, mining the Strait of Hormuz, closing it down.
So I actually didn't know someone was going to bring this up. I was going to bring this up after the fact. From what I understand, and this is breaking news as of an hour or two ago. Iran's parliament reportedly backs closing the Strait of Hormuz, which could spike oil prices. So what Hassan is talking about here is potentially not a potential action Iran is going to take, but an inevitability that they're going to take. And this is also kind of funny because I also want to talk about the way that Americans are interacting with like a military campaign against Iran, and that is they only necessarily care in so far as they are affected by it. Like you see a lot of people having takes being like, guys, I don't want to be drafted. Guys, gas is gonna cost so much. like Americans only care insofar as how they will be materially impacted by the campaigns, right? And you know this from the fact that all of these accounts were kind of radio silent until Trump took this move, right? It's kind of funny, isn't it? There are also like a lot of like creators who are like liberal adjacent who ain't say shit about Trump gearing up to make this strike until after Trump made this strike. I feel like, and this is just how I feel like if there was mass mobilization from the American populace, right, that could have potentially, I don't think it would have, that could have potentially put pressure on the Democrats to actually stand in Trump's way, right? And actually do oppositional party behavior. But it's almost like the Democrats didn't care, the liberals at large didn't care, and nobody cared about what was happening in Iran because they were just supporting Israel until Trump struck Iran and be like, oh, well, that means service members might get killed. Oh no. Or that means oil prices might increase. Oh no. Dems want this. But they can't act like they want this. So they're like, no, Trump, don't strike Iran without asking me first. Like the Democrats are literally like a 15-year-old boy who has his first crush. They're on FaceTime and she was like, okay, I'm about to shower. And he's like, without me? Trump's like, all right, I'm about to strike Iran. Without me? Like, you're striking Iran without me? That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. They're just like, Trump, we were going to support you. Why didn't you tell me about this? We were on the same side here.
Dongfeng missiles in the direction of oil refineries, but
that's what they're like. They're cucks. They're cucks. They're completely captured by the Republicans because the Republicans are pro-war, and they're like, well, we're also pro-war. You should include us in this conversation, right? You're pro-war. I'm pro-war. We could be pro-war together.
Because that would also hurt China's interest. Also, there's the other side of this as well. China loves trade maxing, as I've said before, and they would hate for a global disruption of any sort.
But here, Iranian parliament has endorsed the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, a vital oil transit port off its coast. But the authorities rest with the regime's security officials, per summaries of state-controlled media. Why it matters: impeding the strait would likely be a massive spike in oil prices that will flow to U.S. consumers. The narrow channel between Iran and Oman is the choke point for a quarter of the world's seaborne oil trade and around 1/5 of the all oil movement. So like, American consumers are going to see prices raised from this. The prices are already high. Like, it's not like the prices went down to like pre-COVID numbers for the most part, right? Spoke about putting mines in the strait. Really? Okay, that would be insane, right? Because I guess like the question is raised, like, if they claim to close on the strait, how will they enforce that? But yeah, putting mines would definitely do that for sure. Yeah, I don't know if Iran's parliament was saying that specifically, which is probably somewhere in the article maybe. But regardless, if the strait is closed, like, you're gonna see a spike in prices, just unilaterally. They did it in a speech.
Again, shipping or, God forbid, energy, that means less trade. That means economic collapse, and that means no trade. And they love trading. If they don't trade, they explode. So obviously, they probably would not be on board with that. But it doesn't even need to get to that point. If you don't want America to blow up your nuclear facilities, put some Chinese military in your country. If you don't want America to blow up your nuclear facilities, put some Russian military in your country. It's kind of that simple. There are Russian civilian nuclear sites in Iran. They were not attacked. It would also be weird, of course, for relatives to kill one another when you got Israeli, Russian Air Force pilots throwing missiles in the direction of Russian nuclear scientists down on Iranian soil. That would be really fucked up. But they didn't do that. I talked with President Trump tonight on the phone, and he touted the tremendous success of the military operation. No other military could have done that, he added. 2 days was within 2 weeks, pointing to his comments on making a decision within 2 weeks for operational security. So he just lied. He just talked about diplomacy, got the European dickheads to talk to Iranian envoys specifically so they could feel like, maybe in 2 weeks we'll do something.
I also thought the 2-week time frame was weird because, like, no shot Trump has the patience to keep it in his pants for 2 weeks. Right? That was obviously just a ploy to, like, he always says 2 weeks. He's like, yeah, well, it's still gonna take 2 weeks until he moves his the American forces into position. And then boom, strike happens. He's like, well, I said within 2 weeks. Nobody knows what I'm going to do. Can't lie, I'm scared because the Russia-Ukraine stuff spiked the cost of gas and electricity in the UK massively, to the point people have been needlessly dying during the winter for the past 2 to 3 years because a lot of people can't afford to heat their homes anymore. So this will make living in the UK genuinely unsustainable as the government suddenly renationalizes it. I mean, to be fair, y'all have a better chance of that happening than excuse me. You have a better chance of that happening than America does. But the prices will spike. As here, like Black Icing said, well, the price spike due to the anticipation of a blockade. This, like, price spikes due to anticipation of the blockade will not be nearly as much as spikes due to the actual blockade, right? There's a difference between oil importers upping the prices because they think that the prices are going to rise, and them literally having to ration their current supply of oil because they are unable to import anymore.
Which, by the way, as I've said before, if a dumb Twitch streamer like myself
could
figure out that this was happening this weekend, I'm pretty sure the Iranian state is not oblivious. Just so you know, all this does is show the rest of the world and maybe the Iranian leadership that American talks and American ceasefire and American negotiations are meaningless. They just want complete domination. They want death and they want destruction. Yeah.
To be entirely fair, that has always been American policy. Even if you do get some sort of deal, negotiation that goes through, because of the turmoil within the American enterprise, you got like maybe 2-3 years. Because you have a new administration come in, right? And they'll just blow it up. They just will. Because the Democrats cannot, for the life of them, hold on to power because of the way that they operate as controlled opposition, which means Republicans are just going to come in and blow up whatever they do, good or bad. So it was never going to last. We have never kept up our end of the bargain for the most part. Don't quote me because I'm not 100% sure, but I read that some countries in Europe cap how much the price of energy can go up, and it was something like only 4% in Spain and Netherlands. Meanwhile, here it's like up 300%. Good times. Main reason why our politics suck, in my opinion, we have no long-term plan. The U.S. used the negotiations as bait to assassinate the Iranian officials multiple times. Yeah.
I already read it. Like I said, the fact that the Iran Atomic Energy Agency is saying that they're going to pursue legal avenues. The Ayatollah is basically the Democratic Party. They're feckless institutionalists holding on to a fantasy that does not exist within the confines of international laws and the international rule-based order. It is not real. It is not real at all. And these guys think it's real for some reason, and it's a mechanism of survival for them. But what they don't realize is it's either today or it's, maybe a couple months from now or maybe next week. Who knows? But it's coming. They are literally like the Ayatollah is basically the way that the Democrats operate in this country, where they're like fantasizing about a diplomatic outcome that does not fucking exist. It's clear to me that their initial response to this severe violation of their sovereignty, just like their initial tit-for-tat campaign between them and Israel in the process of a nuclear denuclearization agreement that they were having with the United States of America, has been so limited and so restrained and so focused on maintaining some sort of peaceful solution that even when they are bruising the Iranian public bloody, even when they are
in the worst case scenario, and the other wants the U.S. and Israel to get a taste of their own medicine for once. If you think the bad people get punished in this world, chat, I don't know what to tell you. And it from initial reportings, as Hassan mentions, right? It doesn't seem necessarily like there will be like a direct military like campaign against like the US. For the most part, it's never going to hit the continental US. Right? It was never going to like come back home. Like, you're not going to see like nukes striking America for the most part, especially not from like Iran, because they don't have nukes. You see AOC calling for impeachment. I did see it. It's kind of meaningless, right? Because he's not going to be removed from office, right? Yeah, he can be impeached for a third time just to like get on record in the history books that like the Democrats don't agree with him, right? If the impeachment even goes through, but he's not going to be removed from office. Even if he was, then you have like JD Vance, who's going to do the exact same thing. Right? Even if you could remove JD Vance and Michael Johnson, like, or whatever, even if you get far enough down to the line of succession to get a Democrat in office, it doesn't matter because they're going to do the exact same thing anyway. You know? Our political system in this country is fundamentally broken. right? There is no anti-war party. There is no anti-war with Iran party. There is no, hey, let's not, give Israel a bajillion-dollar party. There's not. It doesn't exist. There's no impeaching your way out of this. Right? There's no voting your way out of this. It's not. It cannot happen. Not in the way that this system is set up. Because both parties align with the interests of, forever war in the Middle East, essentially. And they have for decades.
Destroying Iran, wiping out Iranian sovereignty. His response is, oh, it didn't hurt that bad. That's what they said tonight. They said, oh, we hit our enriched uranium, which is true. They did do that ahead of time. Oh, we moved all of our stockpiles elsewhere. We moved all of our civilian nuclear scientists elsewhere. They're hidden. You just gave us a little boo-boo. Who cares? Wait, I want to learn something. Is Iran actually democratic? No. Doing diplomacy as a state actor and being an actual, democratic republic is very different. My very apolitical friend just said to me, no one fucks with North Korea. Why do you think that is? Yep, there's a clear message for a lot of global South and Middle Eastern countries tonight, sadly, and it isn't a non-proliferation message. Hasanabi nuclear doctrine. Hasanabi doctrine for nation building. Number 1, develop nukes. Number 2, don't give up the nukes. This is for Ukraine. Number 3, if a Western superpower claims you have nukes or a WMD, drop everything and immediately obtain nukes. Because if you don't do that, they're going to fuck you. They are going to fuck you with a bayonet like they did in Libya to Gaddafi, who did not have nukes, but they said he did.
What anybody says about the USSR Soviet Union losing itself was a major turning point in the world for the worse. We have lost the ardent anti-fascist state in the past. Now we lack real mechanisms to push back against global fascism. I mean, there were many issues with the USSR that led to its demise in the first place, outside of just the outside pressure to dissolve it. But I mean, because it was dissolved because of its position as opposing the U.S. empire in the first place. That was just the case. And so I don't necessarily see a world where it was going to exist so insofar as America had the power that it had at the time. I genuinely don't know how you don't get into this situation. From a historical perspective. There's not a single, it has not been a single anti-war party in the since the inception, or major political party in America since its inception. Right? And so long as America had the power that it does have, right, and the influence that it does have in the global political space, I don't know how you solve this. I don't know how you fix this. China have a valid reason to get involved more than they have before. I don't know. China is very economic and trade focused, right? They're focused on growing their economy, doing deals with people that were burned by the U.S. empire in the first place. If this has a monumental impact on their energy and their oil imports, maybe they'll say something, but I don't see them going to war on behalf of really any nation, right? Refill CV, thank you for the prime. That sounds awesome. Thank you for the raid. China's playing the long game. If by playing the long game you mean just waiting for America to just implode by itself, then sure, I guess. But that will come at the expense of numerous nations. right? And it kind of feels like that it's China's method. It's playing the selfish game. I don't really see those as necessarily different, honestly.
They're going to assassinate you without any sort of trial whatsoever, like Saddam Hussein. Okay, doesn't matter if you're a good guy or a bad guy. It doesn't matter if you're a head of state and America says you have nukes.
It's been around for a bajillion years. Yeah, they're playing a super long game. You don't get it. You don't understand, Chad. Game. They're still playing the game. It's super long.
They're coming for you. You have to get nukes immediately. If you don't get nukes, you're listen, guys. I'm telling you right now. Judging by what Iran has said, so
25 new countries involving harsh trade and travel restrictions. These would mostly be against African countries. Yeah, the travel ban. Yeah, Trump is so optics based. It's gross. Yeah, I mean, because he's a freaking reality TV star. Like, not to be like a liberal on this, but like he's a narcissistic reality TV star. It's literally me, and whatever gets him attention and garners his own power, and he can swing his dick around. That's it. That's his entire thing. That's all. That's how he makes all of his decisions, right? He's still evil. He's still like a monster, right? But it's done not from the perspective of like increasing American hegemony, but just to make himself feel good and make people talk about him as though he's powerful and strong, right? He's a fascist, right? And it differs from the way that the Democrats are bad because they actually ideologically believe the racist things about like Iran. Like, we need to liberate the women of Iran by bombing all Iranian civilians, right? And targeting Iranian infrastructure. That's how we liberate the women of Iran. You know? But Trump he's a clown. He's literally a clown. Wants to be seen as strong and scary, but also kind and noble. Yeah.
so far, it feels like they're just going to say, oops, you hit us, but it didn't hurt us that bad. And their retaliation will be fairly limited. This doesn't mean that further war is avoided here, because the appetite for further death and destruction and regime change is coming from our side. They want stability. We want death and destruction and instability. Make no mistake. I hope I'm right. Best case, they just say, oh, we ate it. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. And then they launch a couple missiles at like empty barracks. But then again, this is a severe violation that could be a wake-up call for the Iranian leadership to say, okay, maybe they just don't have any interest in negotiations. Like, maybe they'll fucking understand it. Who knows? And therefore, will actually respond with the most severe response that they could possibly do. And I've already detailed what that would look.
Worse on women's rights, but like Saudi Arabia is our ally, right? Iran is our biggest enemy, right? Kamala Harris told me so.
Like mining the Strait.
This is what I asked I think I asked my parents about, or my cousins about. I don't remember. But I was like, why does America even have enemies? Like, what does it even mean? Like, enemies, like, to what end? We are insulated, completely insulated from any consequences of our actions anywhere else. Right? Why are we looking at like ally enemy dynamics in 2025? It's not like people can do anything to us. Why do you care? Right? It's like getting mad at a child throwing rocks when you have a sniper rifle. Israel. You know? It doesn't make any sense.
Hormuz, lobbing ballistic missiles in the direction of every American asset in the region, trying to pull other allies into the conflict to defend Iran. But that is less likely, I think. They have to do this to establish deterrence. If they don't,
manufacturing, we actually don't need to do that. I know you're speaking from like the perspective of like the chuds and the American exceptionalists, but like we don't need to do that, right? We would be totally fine, and this is the problem, right? We justify our insane war-focused actions, right? based upon people reacting to our insane war-focused actions, right? We're like, oh, we want to control like raw materials in Africa. And then people react to that, and then we like kill their leadership and institute puppet governments, right? Or oil in Central and South America, right? You kill the leadership and institute puppet governments. And so when people react to that, when people are like, hey, we don't like America, they're like, oh, they don't like us, we have to kill them too. And they don't like us because of what we did to them in the first place. Like, it makes no sense. I think you couldn't hear what you said there. Did I? Oh, that's crazy.
Do this, then America is going to do the bombing campaigns again and again and again. And slowly but surely, they're just going to erode the entire leadership structure of Iran. They're going to kill a ton of civilians in the process and ultimately turn Iran into a failed state. What is this? Mannan Raisi?
What? America has never done that before, though. So what historical context could Assam be speaking about? They've never done that. They've never invaded a country to institute regime change and killed millions of civilians in the process. Psh, what? No, what? No. They could. Nah. That America, not them, not us. We're the good guys.
Qom City member of the Iranian parliament. Contrary to the statements of the lying U.S. president, the nuclear facilities for Fordow were not seriously damaged. Only the above-ground structures, which can be restored, were destroyed. In addition, everything that could pose a danger to the population was evacuated in advance. Bye-bye. There are no reports of any nuclear emissions. Trump's false claims about the destruction of Fordow are refuted by the fact that the attacks were so superficial that there's not even any fatalities at the facility. But we regard even this U.S. aggression as America's direct entry into the war. Now, Iran will decide how and in what way to respond to the U.S.'s blatant stupidity. Okay, this is exactly what fucking Hakeem Jeffries said about Donald Trump when Donald Trump's administration arrested the staffer of a Democratic representative. Hakeem Jeffries is like, oh, we're going to figure out a way to respond, and it's going to be swift. I'm telling you, Iran, get in on this meme early on, okay? Iran is behaving like the Democrats. Like, this basically corresponds to what I was saying.
I just don't see how this ends, like, peacefully. Even from Iran's perspective. Like, America very clearly wants regime change, right? They very clearly want regime change, right? And Iran very clearly doesn't want regime change. And so everything that America is doing is to that effect. I wanted to close the shade from it. Yeah, we're gonna do that in a second. I have it open here. But like, and so America's like, we're gonna strike you. Don't respond to us. Iran's like, America's you're playing a very, very silly game. I wouldn't do that. The government collapse. Won't there be civil war? See, America has a lot of tools in its tool belt for how to institute regime change, right? Oftentimes it does lead to civil war, yes. But like if that happens, it doesn't matter because we'll just be there to pick up the pieces, you know? We'll just fund a side of the civil war, right? And then institute a puppet, American puppet, to control the region, like as we've done pretty consistently. It's literally lowering the probability of regime change. It's done. We're doing this for the umpteenth time in the past 25 years. Listen, they're like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, they're like, yeah, like, this worked last time, right? And it will keep happening until the American people like put a stop to it, essentially. But it's kind of hard to do that when like neither major political party is against it, and no third party can ever have any power in the country, right? So we're all just like, essentially, at best, passive observers, but at worst, which is more close to reality, active, complicit participants. In Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria, just all its neighbors.
Turns around and says, look, my aggressive military action looked awesome. It is going to make Iran back down because his generals got in his ear and said, this will be just like Qasem Soleimani. They won't do shit. They can't do shit. Now, of course,
And this is what I don't understand, right? Is that liberals just have not described this to me. About like, oh, people are saying, oh, Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, right? And my question is like, why? Like, oh, they'll strike us with it. Like, even if that's the case, right? That's like saying I get to break into your house and kill you because you have a gun and you might use it on me. And I live in another state. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how, like, crime works. That's not a thing. You can't do that. You can't be like, oh, well, yeah, yet. Oh, well, you might potentially use this on me in the future. So we're gonna kill you now. Right? You went out to get a concealed carry license? Nope, I'm going to kill you. You were going to use that on me. Like, and even if they were, like, even though, like, yeah, we're going to use this on America or whatever, which, again, there's no evidence that's the case. They don't have the ability to strike America, right? Like, what authority does America have to be the policeman of the world? Who deputized America? It just doesn't make sense. Yep, sorry. We heard that that person was gonna kill me. We gotta kill them first. If Iran really had nukes, we wouldn't be attacking them directly. Just look at how we treat North Korea. Yeah, that's kind of where the Hasanabi doctrine has sprung from.
course, this
I think any country was as compliant and playing by the rules as Iran are nuclear, and that's kind of how they got here in the first place. Right? Again, where the Hasanabi nuclear doctrine came from, right? Them being compliant and playing by the rules is how they're getting pushed around so much, right? You can't play by the rules with people who are cheating.
still doesn't mean that the goal is accomplished because the
They think if they
nuke stuff
compile
is
that to America, they hate our freedoms. They're Muslim in mind. It's supposed to automatically signal nukes equal. They're going to use it on us to kill us 100% guaranteed. It's funny because, again, the only people, the only state, the only nation in this world that has used like nuclear weapons on a civilian population was America. The only one. Twice. So, like, if there is a country that demonstrated that they are unable to hold power in that way, it's America. And we think we could be like, okay, no, look, we get it. We are, yes, I'm the only one with the gun here that has shot people, right? But we need to stop them from getting guns because then they're definitely going to shoot people. And everybody's like, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. See, look, I shot somebody. I know the power this gun holds, okay? I deserve to be the judge here about who gets to have and not have a gun because I've used this before. Like it's so weird. It's what a weird conversation.
bullshit. It's not significant. What's actually significant is destabilizing Iran, turning it into a failed state, and then the violence will unfold in spectacular fashion if that were to happen. But I don't know if this will be as severe a response. And the Fox general told them to tell the Iranians don't respond and they will listen because they don't want the smoke. Yeah. Any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. That's what he tweeted out. Anti-war, by the way. You say Iran only wants peace and stability. You clearly have no understanding of Iran's goals. Iran wants to close the Strait of Hormuz, remove the Gulf states, and implement control of the Persian Gulf and all the oil. They have said this repeatedly. Okay, dude. Well, I want Chinese-style democratic centralization. That's what I want. I want high-speed rail. Am I getting it? No. So shut the fuck up. What Iran wants and what Iran is capable of doing.
Trying to hold on to that for the last 90 years. Even then, right, our peak was still less than the peak of like the USSR. Right?
Are entirely
we
different.
happen to fall on the correct side of World War II, right? Completely coincidentally, by the way. Like, you know, we essentially flipped the coin and was like, oh, I guess we're picking this side. Right? And we know that to be the case because after World War II, we hired a bunch of Nazis to work in the government. So even then, they weren't on the correct side for moral reasons. What are we talking about? We chose the winning side and acted like we did something. Exactly.
Things. Also, you just made that shit anyway. The f do you mean? Oh,
and now we're picking the incorrect side.
Iran wants to actually nuke Washington, D.C. Okay, cool. I guess we should listen to that guy. What is this? I've said this before. It's easier to topple the regime than to fully dismantle the nuclear program. The reason, much of it is mental capital, knowledge dispersed across thousands of scientists. War can't erase this. Even physically, dismantling Iran's program requires U.S. engagement with certainty of outcome. Without it, America won't risk intervention. Striking Fordo may be symbolic, but it won't ensure finality. Yeah, of course it won't. Like the nuclear program is also built on scientific knowledge, and Iran has exported this expertise to allies across the region. The same applies to his drone program. Hi, I'm waiting for another condemn from our Chinese government. Oh my God. Oh my God. Victor Gao about to go on Sky News and hit the condemn so hard. Dude, I'm telling you, just wait. China's going to write another stern letter talking about the importance of international trade, and everyone is going to be like, look out. These guys are the global hegemon of tomorrow. Look out. China's coming in.
Don't worry, Chad. They'll get involved in 2 weeks.
Going to condemn so hard. Just you wait, baby.
They'll get involved in
you
2
will
weeks.
have not been, you won't be expecting this condemnation. This will be so stern. China literally, I'm telling you, I talked about this yesterday. China hit the nuclear option on trade one time in this process where they just said, okay, you want to do tariffs? We won't sell you the materials that you need for your defense. We own all of them. We have a monopoly on the refinement process. We basically have a monopoly on the procurement process. We won't.
Yeah, neither can America though. It's literally the nuclear option, but like without like the warheads flying, if you will. Right? The entire global economy is built on trade holistically, which is why the tariffs were so instrumental and why China finally got involved to do something, right? To combat the tariffs with their own tariffs. And then we basically reached like mutually assured destruction with tariffs as well. They're like, okay, you guys stand down and we stand down. It was like a Mexican standoff, if you will. We had guns pointed at them, they had guns pointed at us. We're like, all right, we'll both lower our guns on 3. And then essentially we both lowered our guns on 3. Right? But as I think China has demonstrated, they're not getting involved for Iran. Right? And I think it's because they just don't see Iran as worth it. Right? I wouldn't doubt that China would get involved if they felt like the avenue in which they're getting involved was worth it. And I don't know what that line is for China. Again, I'm not like China. I can't speak to what their priorities are. But they just have not felt that it was worth it to involve themselves. Because they could also join the dick swinging competition if they wanted to. Right? They just don't want to. The entire world is having what is essentially a constitutional crisis against our U.S. fascist regime. Just like the intra-U.S., everyone knows that Trump is breaking the law, ignoring constitutions, and no one is brave enough to call him out on it. International law is being flounded. Being flounded is enforced because of the hard power 800 military bases. You are trying to stop lying. International law is a joke already, but yeah. And maybe there's a line where the U.S. will cross, where the China will involve themselves, but like, I don't think so. Not that I know of specifically. I think it exists. I just don't know what it is. And obviously, like, going to war with Iran is not that.
Give them to you. That was the nuclear option. for trade. That's the only time that they ever implemented it, because Donald Trump was like, we're not going to do trade with China. That's it. They will never do it for anything else. God forbid the American suburbs are not awash with Labubus. God forbid China ever take the stage as a global.
Okay, has enough time passed where I can say that Labubus look ugly? Are gonna get canceled because of that? Because they're gross. You have to go back hundreds of years to find a war of aggression that China acted in and get canceled.
Hegemon in the direction of peace
I
and
said it at least twice already. Oh, did I? I don't understand it at all. Oh, I did. I said I was a hipster about it. I don't understand. I don't get it. Recession? Maybe. Yeah, like Beanie Babies. Recession indicator for sure. I think 5 to 7 years, the Chinese Navy will be pulling up closer in line with ours. Their shipbuilding capacity is 10, 20, or not 10, 100 to 200 times X hours, literally. Even then, I don't know if they'll get involved. Are the Boo-Boos the new Beanie Babies? Kinda, yeah. It's either like that, but the Boo-Boos are ugly.
prosperity. Oh my God. No, the only time they would literally hit the nuclear option as long as America says no more Labubus, no more shine. You say no more shine or Shein, however you say it, China will come out and be like, this is unacceptable. Nukes are about to fly. Nukes are about to fly unless you fucking restore global trade right now. We have to trade max.
Okay, do you want to know a take that might make people kind of mad a little bit? Chat? Nah, I won't say it. Nah, I won't say it. Say it. Coward? I am a coward. Okay. Right here, actually, this take that that I made yesterday. That's doing relatively well, actually. Sacco? That's crazy. So, okay. That's the precursor to what I want to cover about liberals. You'll be asking, Sean, what do liberals and Democratic Party have to do about this? Well, a tweet theme that has kind of happened recently, and if y'all have more of these, we can take a look at them as well. And this person said, why y'all ain't vote for that lady? She's talking about Kamala Harris, right? It's got 363,000 likes. 9.3 million views, right? I saw a tweet saying that people claiming that she wouldn't have bombed Iran will be posting celebratory Beyonce glyphs about it right now if she did. No, 100%. Yeah, 100%. And so this is a common thread from like liberals that like Kamala Harris would have been different. And I want to do a little bit of interrogation of that because I'm totally open to having my mind changed about this, right? Maybe I was wrong about Kamala Harris. Maybe I should have used my platform to promote her and endorse her and do everything in my power to get her elected. Maybe I'm wrong. So let's look. Let's interrogate this. Here's another example. Yeah, I was gonna quote tweet this one. I know y'all gonna be mad, but I'll say it. That mixed lady who likes to giggle wouldn't have done this. And I want you to notice a common thread. Who can reply? Accounts that Leak Star follows or mention can reply. So y'all are mad. Beating this be easy and soon to be soldiers. Enjoy these Dodge Chargers on behalf of the U.S. government. Right? I just want you to pay attention to that. Do you think there'll be a draft? No, I don't. There's a lot of draft memes, and I think that's, you know, it's fair. You can meme about it. I don't think there will be a draft. I do not think there will be a draft. Since I realized how few people really pay attention to politics, this is by design, I guess. Yeah. One difference is that Kamala, with the Kamala presidency, we wouldn't have even had the token ceasefire that Trump got in Gaza earlier this year. Yeah, which was already a meaningless gesture in the first place, so not like it truly matters. But yeah, I think there's a few things I want to talk about with this. But I do, okay, this guy got mad at people for not voting for Kamala and responded with this. They went private. So I have as a screenshot. Yeah, I saw this as well. I thought there would be an immigration sweep that offers services in exchange for citizenship, but almost the exact opposite happened. I didn't think that would be the case. I thought it'd be very clear, like just deportations, right? Because if they wanted to like increase recruitment, they could just draft American citizens. They don't care about the American citizens anyway. But I don't think there will be. Here, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. You watch this, and I will be back in a second, and we can talk more about the liberals.
The United States has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran, obliterating them, in his words. We've seen a number of explosions over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem in the past few hours after Iran launched a missile attack. Israel says a number of areas were hit in the north and center of the country, with at least 16 casualties reported. Well, Israel says a number of areas were hit in the north and center of the country, with those casualties reported, and 30 missiles in total were managed to breach the Israeli defense shield. Sirens sounded in several regions as Israel's defensive systems operated to intercept the threat. These pictures show some of the damage from Iranian attacks. Well, we'll be hearing more on that in just a moment or two, but first let's take a listen once again to President Trump. During an address at the White House, he said future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier if Iran does not make peace.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place.
It's so freaking cold, bro. Okay, I'm back. Liberals. That's what I was talking about. This person said, you leftists can't keep dodging what you're allowed to happen. What you all, okay, I can't read. You leftists can't keep dodging what you all allowed to happen. Have fun starting the revolution in our draft camps. Like, first of all, you're not getting drafted. Let's be real. The draft isn't happening. Y'all are being, I think this comes from a lot of fear mongering and like centering oneself. Y'all hear yourselves? Why am I in y'all dystopian in a YA dystopian novel? Great question. Right? Soon they're gonna be like, we're gonna be in the districts, right? I'm not volunteering as tribute for you freaking leftists. You did this first. I'm like, dog, it's not the Hunger Games. Like, come on now. But this was my reply. I said, did I miss Kamala demonstrating that she, one, didn't want war with Iran, and two, wouldn't do everything to support the genocidal state of Israel? Where are y'all getting this from? Like, she's not dead. If she opposed Israel's unprovoked attack on Iran or U.S. military involvement, she could just say that. You know, y'all are projecting anti-war sentiment on a pro-war party is comical. I mistyped that, but yeah, you get the point. Liberals have two speeds, advocating for wretched policy and laundering what wretched policy to attack leftists. Yeah. They act like she died like JFK. Yeah. After the, like, on November 6th, she just passed away. Right? And so now she can't speak for things she believes in. And they're like, y'all, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but, you know, that mixed lady who giggles a lot wouldn't be doing this right now. I'm just like, okay, maybe you're right, but like, based on what? Like, objectively based on what? What are you basing this off of? Convince me. First of all, she should have convinced me in like November of last year, but convince me. What has she said or done that leads you to believe that she would not be militarily involving the U.S. in Iran, striking Iran's nuclear facilities, things of that nature, right? There's actually a lot of evidence of the contrary. There's a lot of evidence of the contrary, right? And you could tell by like the quote tweets to these videos. Does anybody have it? Yeah, thank you. So you came prepared, chatter. I appreciate that. Kamala spent her campaign talking about how Iran is America's greatest threat. If she won, we would have been at war by March under the guise of liberating Iranian women. Leaders would have fell for it, by the way. Yeah. Actually, not even that they would have fell for it. They would have defended it. They would have been like, oh, so you hate women? Right? Kamala is coming out here to liberate Iranian women, and you hate women? Questioning what Harris would have done is as pointless as wondering what Martians would do. I disagree. I completely disagree, right? Trump only is able to do what he's doing now with bipartisan support, right? That's how the Republicans keep winning in the first place. If the Democrats were actually anti-war, they would have won in the first place. We wouldn't be in this place. If the Democrats actually stood against warmongering and forever war in the Middle East, right, they would have actually had a better chance of winning, right? And not reckoning with that reality is going to lead to, in another 3.5 years, right, a Democrat's going to win, and we're going to be right back in that same position. And then 4 years after that, Republicans are going to be back in office. Because it's a cycle. It's a cycle. And when you don't actually address the root issues, which is America's fascist warmongering policies from both parties, right? Even if Kamala Harris would have been better on foreign policy, which again, zero evidence that that's the case, right? But even if that was the case, it would have just led into 4 years later, another Trump in office stoking foreign conflict.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is
Literally, right? You can like AI Trump's voice and slap Trump's picture over this, and it would be exactly the same. What is she saying here that is at all different than what Trump says?
ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you
and
have
that must
proof
be
that
But here, I want you to listen to the sentences she said.
achieves what we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you
And
have
that must
proof that
be.
Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
I'm sorry, what? What? That's an insane.
If Kamala Harris would not take military action against Iran to stop it from becoming a nuclear power, how is she any different than Trump? You know what Trump did? Trump took military action to stop Iran from becoming a nuclear power. That is literally what happened. Literally what happened. Do we not experience the same, like, last week of reality? Did I go into a parallel universe where Trump didn't do exactly what she just talked about here? Oh, and I'll get to this. I'll get to this in a second. Right? Trust me, I have it on the document, on the docket. But like, come on, come on.
Thing to say. So we're talking about a regional power, non-nuclear state, maybe nuclear, that threatens that is the right answer if your name is Israel. I think it's an incredibly dumb answer, but Iran, and notice that she said it's our greatest threat. You said our greatest adversary, not Israel's.
Yeah. You believe Kamala would have bombed Iran without congressional approval just like Trump did? Trump clearly outplayed by Israel by launching a preemptive strike. He fell for Abuse track. Kamala would not have let her DNI intelligence is wrong about nukes, then bomb them. So do you see a difference between bombing Iran with congressional approval and not doing so? Do you think that is a meaningful distinction? Genuinely. I don't think we should have militarily involved ourselves with Iran on the behalf of Israel at all. I don't. I think that is a bad thing. I did because I do not feel like Kamala actually would bomb them. That's not what you said. You said bomb them without congressional approval. What evidence do you have that Kamala would not actually bomb them? Please, show me something. Anything she said. Anything she said that would lead to her not bombing Iran. Maybe it was this. Where is it at? Maybe it was this where we said this.
I will, as Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Like, to me, this does not lead to be a very peaceful dove, not stoking foreign conflict-esque video. Right? There has been nothing that she has demonstrated that she couldn't even say in this video. We just watched a video where she could not even deny that she would bomb Iran. Literally, the interviewer asked her, right? Essentially, would you take military action to stop Iran from achieving nukes? And she said, I plead the fifth. I can't answer that question.
In their hands, okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you
and
have
that
proof
must
that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
Chatter, do you think she's going to say no? Again, maybe I was pulled into a parallel dimension where I misremembered this. Right? It would be very easy to say, no, we will not take military action against Iran. How do I feel about Marjorie Taylor Greene being the most vocal and serious opponent to the Iran strikes? I don't take anything that Marjorie Taylor Greene says seriously. And neither should you. That's my take on it, at least. Let's see what she says.
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
Oh, okay. So why would anybody who didn't vote for Kamala Harris think that she wouldn't use military force against Iran? If she thought that, maybe she should have said that. If she thought that, maybe she should have said that. And the fact that she didn't say that is a failure on her part, which is why she sucked as a candidate. Right? I would have loved if she was like, right, no, I will not use military force against Iran, right? I'm not trying to stoke World War III in foreign conflicts, right? Or if she literally just said, there's a diplomatic solution there, right? There is a diplomatic solution there, and I will be going to achieve that diplomatic solution, right? Something like, she couldn't even do that. She was like, are you going to strike Iran militarily as president? Maybe. That was her answer. Her answer was maybe. But I also want to show you this. Right? Reporting from ABC News said, if you still have any doubts in your mind that the Democrats would not have done this, what evidence do you have that she would? I'm glad you asked, Chatter. She might have said that she would take military action, but Iran said they wanted to bomb us as well. Iran can't bomb us, you fucking moron. They can't bomb us. You think they can hit the continental United States? Iran could bomb U.S. bases. Now, I want you to ask yourself, chatter, why are these U.S. bases there? For what purpose? To what end? I think by us, you mean Israel? Schrodinger's war criminal. The U.S. bases in the Middle East. Why do you have 800 bases all over the world? That is a great question. Is your main argument for us to not worry about Iran simply has a nuclear program that they just that just because they say that they that doesn't mean that they will? Just because Kamala says that she would use force doesn't imply that she actually would. Okay, you notice how the same thing could be said about Trump before like 2 days ago, right? Trump supporters could say the exact same thing about Trump. You feel me? Like the exact same thing about Trump. Right? Yeah, she's not the president. So now she can't strike them as the president because she lost the fucking election because she sucks. Right? You can only talk about what the words that she used is, right? And she has never used the words, I will not strike Iran. If she wasn't going to strike Iran, she wasn't going to stoke foreign conflict with Iran, why didn't she say that? But here, I want you to hold on, chatter. Right? What evidence do I have that she would, as president, strike Iran? The U.S. and Israel practiced during the Biden administration, or should this say, the Biden fucking Harris administration, right? The U.S. and Israel had practiced this attack in a military exercise about a year ago. A source in Israel with direct knowledge of the matter confirmed to ABC News. That exercise was unprecedented because it was a war game offensive, right, against the actions of Iranian nuclear capabilities for the first time, according to the source. This was first planned under the Biden administration, according to the source who said, but we did not think a year ago that this would happen now. Now, you may be like, but Sean, that was Biden, right? She was only VP, right? There's no evidence that she would have done the same thing as Biden. There's no evidence, right, that she would have continued Biden's policies.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact. Yeah. The work that we have done, for example, capping the cost of insulin. So
does even Kamala, if Kamala wanted to go to war, that would require traditional means in convincing the American populace and getting me. You have no evidence this is the case. That's the problem. You have no fucking evidence because you're a moron. There is zero evidence. Zero. No evidence that there will be any meaningful difference. You're not even saying that she wouldn't strike Iran anymore. That's how the goalposts have shifted, right? You shifted from saying that Kamala wouldn't have bombed Iran, right, to be like, oh no, she would have, went the traditional means of convincing the American populace and getting media backing before she struck Iran. So she would have still struck Iran, chatter. We agree on that. There's no evidence that she would not have struck Iran. There's no evidence that she would not have used military force to strike Iran. Really enough, Iran still hasn't put out the international nuclear agreements. They allow for inspections of the facilities. Israel and the U.S. don't even allow international inspections of their facilities because they're the good guys. The biggest argument might be that Kamala wouldn't have gotten nearly as much leeway as the Republicans, the way Trump has, but I think that she still would have tried to strike Iran. I mean, maybe, but again, there is no historical precedent or evidence for a U.S. president, right, like getting congressional approval for acts of war in the Middle East, The same thing could have been said about Obama, but Obama still took military action without congressional approval, right? Which is part of what makes him a war criminal, right? Obama did it as well. Now, I'm saying that she would not have struck Iran because she wouldn't have been able to garner the support to do so. It doesn't matter. Again, there's no evidence that she would have abided by like getting congressional approval. Because again, Obama did the same thing. And she didn't even demonstrate that she wouldn't. Right? Even if you were correct, Chatter, she didn't say that. She didn't say, oh, I would need to make sure that I got congressional approval to do so, right? Or if that's what the American people wanted. She just said, when faced with the question, right? When faced with the question, would you use military force against Iran? She said essentially no comment. Right? But she will do everything in her power to make sure Iran does not have nuclear enrichment facilities.
This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles, what we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you
And
have
that must
proof
be.
that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
I'm sorry, what?
Typically, the Kamala would not strike Iran in the same measure Maynard Trump did without approval. I'm saying that one, it doesn't fucking matter, approval or not approval. It's still a bad action, right? I don't care if she got approval or not. It still fucking sucks. It's still warmongering capabilities. It's essentially the same thing. It does not matter, right? Number one. Number two, there's no evidence that she wouldn't, right? I think that if she actually wouldn't do the same thing as Trump, right? She should have said that during the election when she was faced directly with that question. What are we talking about here? Which is why I asked, the first question I asked you is, do you think there's a difference between getting congressional approval to strike Iran and just striking Iran, right? Because I don't think so. I don't want war with Iran in general. Israel's not allowed to have nukes, but they do have nukes and no one cares. There is no evidence that Iran having nukes, and they have done everything correctly in negotiations and inspections, yet they are the ones getting punished. Yeah, that's just the case. Because, you know, when you don't have nukes, you get to be pushed around. You just do. I want to bet there were some libs, if not the majority, vote for war. 100%. But it doesn't matter if Kamala was the president right now. I do not believe that she would have gotten roped in with a BB. Oh, you're fucking stupid, Chatter. I don't know what to tell you. You're dumb. Right? And I will tell you why you're dumb, because what do you think happened after October 7th? From October 7th, 2023 to November 5th, 2024. What do you think that was all about? Right? It's not even about getting roped in, right? It's about standing hand in hand with Israel. They agree with Israel. They were totally fine with Israel committing a genocide with American weaponry, right? Israel said as much, right? There were leaks from the Biden administration after the administration lost power to Trump, right? That said as much. They were like, yeah, those idiot Biden administration officials never even tried to pressure us. Never even tried to pressure us for anything, right? Like, I can go back to the DNC speech where Kamala Harris said that she would do everything in her power to make sure Israel had the means in which to defend itself, right? There's zero evidence that Kamala Harris would not have backed Israel completely in his genocidal campaign. If Kamala Harris actually would not be lockstep with Israel, it actually would not have struck Iran, right, in a military action. Why did she not say that? Why, given it's not even that she wasn't even faced with the question. It's not even that it wasn't a possibility. She was asked specifically numerous times, would you stand with Israel? Would you keep standing with Israel like Biden stayed with Israel? Right? Would you continue to give Israel weapons? Right? Would you defend Israel by striking Iran? Would you strike Iran to get rid of their nuclear facilities? She was asked these questions numerous times, and her answers were, I will always stand by Israel. I will keep giving Israel weapons, and I will strike Iran. Potentially. Maybe Israel's actions is not the same as doing a full blatant strike against another sovereign nation, both are immoral and evil, but I think we can agree that Kamala would not strike Israel. Fuck no! You're a fucking moron, Shatter. There is zero evidence that Kamala would not strike Iran. You have not demonstrated a single time that find me a single fucking clip. One clip of her meaningfully pushing back against military action against Iran. A single one. She did so many interviews, right? Show me a single instance of Kamala Harris pushing back against military actions against Iran. Anything. Literally anything. I see your mountains of evidence, but I think we can ignore, I think we agree to ignore that because I don't like it. Yeah. Again, I am willing to have my mind change, but you have to come with something. You think Russia or China will provide nuclear capabilities to Iran? Russia's too preoccupied, China's too passive. No, I don't think so. Not in this instance. Personally, that's my personal thoughts on it. Russia is too preoccupied with Ukraine, and China is too passive. North Korea? Honestly, I think North Korea has is the most likely candidate to give Iran nuclear weapons, which I still don't think that they will, but it is the most likely candidate in my opinion. France. Ow. Wait, Pakistan? Maybe. I don't think anybody will. That's my answer. I don't think it'll happen. But yeah, I'll wait for that chatter. No one's giving them a nuke chat. They have to make one. But these countries could intervene to defend them potentially. Will Drake give Iran nukes? Maybe. Maybe Ethan Klein has a nuke to spare. I'm waiting for the chatter. I'm literally looking for anything. Genuinely anything. Anything that demonstrates that Kamala Harris is not pro-war. Right? We're projecting. We are projecting onto Kamala Harris an anti-war position. Right? That's what we're doing. We are projecting an anti-war position onto Kamala Harris. There's zero evidence that points to her doing something different, meaningfully different. I never said she was pro-war. I said the strike would have never happened because she wouldn't be able to garner support to do so without getting crucified by the American machine. Again, there's no evidence that she would, number one, wait for approval to do so. But number two, that the approval wouldn't come in the first place. Obama did strikes without support. Obama did a lot of strikes without support. Which is, again, what contributes to him being a war criminal. Right? Again, sure, I'll take your word for it here. Show me some evidence. What makes you think that she wouldn't do the strike without congressional support? Right? You must have something that makes you believe that she would not do the strike without congressional support. Right? You must have something that makes her different than all of the other presidents that came before her. Because every single one, right, either took military action without congressional support or invaded fucking nations. Every single one. I feel like she's center right, like Biden and maybe Obama. I think she'll be closer to Obama than Biden. Biden was staunchly more fanatical in his support from Israel, as opposed to like a lot of other like Democratic presidents. Right. I'm pretty sure that he also did more drone strikes than Obama did. But like, yeah, I think she'd be closer to nah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Obama and Trump did more. Maybe it was Trump that I was thinking of. They all did a lot of drone strikes, just insane amounts of drone strikes. I don't even know. Too many drone strikes. I mean, you can look it up. How many drone strikes did Biden do versus Obama? Oh, 2 terms. That makes sense. He'd have two terms. Jeez Louise. That's a lot of drone strikes.
Chachki gifted a tier 1 sub to Donotava post. They have given 149 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, this was published in 2017. Okay, do I have the 2024 numbers? It's fine. Chachki, thank you for the gifted sub. I do not believe she would launch a strike into mainland Iran without approval. No. Based on what? Based on what? Like based on what? What has she said or done to give you that position? Obama ever do it? Did Obama ever strike in the Middle East without congressional approval? Yes. Yeah, pretty consistently. Which is why I said that she would be more like Obama. And there's no evidence that she would not subvert congressional approval to authorize military strikes. Like I said, mainland Iran. Okay, you're just being pedantic because you're fucking wrong and stupid. Mainland Iran, what does that mean? I assume that he means like the bound of like the Iranian borders, but like he's like Yemen. How is that different? Again, Chatter's being pedantic. Chatter knows that that this person's wrong, right? So he's like, I caught you in a lie. I meant, did Obama ever strike Iran directly without congressional approval? No, you've been subverted or whatever. So Troll's like account created today. I wanted to get to the bottom of his position though. Trying to do gotchas now, yeah. Like genuinely, I think just this. With the U.S. practicing the strike under Biden, right? And nothing that Kamala Harris had said leading to her being peaceful on Iran, right? Again, the chatter may be correct. Maybe if Kamala Harris was the president, that she would not strike Iran without congressional approval. I also don't think congressional approval matters, right? So the goalpost has already shifted, but he has not provided any evidence that Kamala Harris wouldn't do that. Not a single clip of Kamala Harris saying that, like, hey, I won't do the insane amounts of drone strikes that freaking Obama did or whatever. Nothing to demonstrate that she's meaningfully different on foreign policy than Biden. She went as far as to say that she would change nothing from Biden. And Biden struck without congressional approval. Because I'm pedantic, you are wrong. She would not strike mainland Iran without approval. There's a huge difference between bombing Iran back to groups through the Middle East and bombing the mainland Iran. Both are wrong. Chatter, you're dumb. There's just no evidence that she would not strike Iran. Also, again, I've already ceded the point and we've moved on. I've ceded the chatter's goalpost shift because it doesn't even matter if she gets congressional approval. It's the fucking same. It's the same. It's the exact same. It doesn't matter. Both are pro-war moves. That's also pedantic. But again, there's no evidence that she wouldn't have done it without congressional approval. I thought Kevin Durant got traded to Houston. I don't even know what team he was on before. Also, yeah, we'll ban this guy. You know, that's fair. We'll move on. Right? I would have loved if Kamala Harris was different. Legitimately. I'm not sitting here being like, oh, right, I hate Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. I don't want her to be president, right? I would have loved if Kamala Harris was different. You know what, Chatter? I will unban you if in your unban request, you give me a single clip. A single clip that demonstrates that Kamala Harris would be meaningfully different than every other president as it pertains to striking without congressional approval. Liberals are just as stubborn as MAGA every single time. They are physically incapable of having an open mind. Yeah. The only argument I can think of is that Kamala would have, might share the Dems obsession with decorum, so would want approval. Maybe. Right? She has not, like, necessarily demonstrated that. It's relevant. Yeah, but I'm not going to play it, so I don't really want to. You know, maybe we'll play it, sure. Wait, am I live on YouTube? I'm not live on YouTube, am I? Nope, I'm not. Well, the more you know. YouTube chat will see this. Our YouTube will see this when I go live. I guess. Not when I go live, when I post a video. That means I can play this song without having any problems. If there was any diplomatic means to halt American aggression towards Iran, it would be for the U.S. to re-enter the JCPOA and lift sanctions with the stipulations to Iran halt funding all so-called terrorist groups. No evidence suggests that Kamala would have taken that approach. Yeah. Only thing that would lead me to agree is her slightly lifting her thumb on Gaza toward the end of her campaign. Even then, right? Even then, she never demonstrated that she would put any pressure on Israel in the first place. Right? And there's no evidence that the ceasefire was legitimate. A legitimately floated talking point. But who knows? It's kind of loud.
Before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss.
Man, I'm glad those Hellfire missiles had a rainbow flag on it. What would we do without it, chat? Wait. I feel like I missed this part the first time.
Steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss.
I'm still with her.
Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president.
This is where she cut a black man with power. That's crazy. This country sucks. Ba, ba, da, ba. So a lot of people thought people will vote for a prosecutor. Yeah. And I want you to learn, chat. This is never going to change. The chatter is being in the black community. You catch a ton of shit from older black voters for being against Kamala, regularly having random fights with parents, aunties, and uncles who can't cope with Biden and Kamala having created a genocide. Hell, I know what the Dens would do to older black voters. I was freaked out when mom was crying over Biden was dropping from the race. That's crazy. My parents hated Biden. Right? Because I was able to radicalize them. I was like, man, it's so selfish for Biden to not step aside, right, and let the younger black woman run. It's so selfish for him to do so, right? He made her lose the election. You gotta get a massage. You gotta frame it in a certain way. My mom believed we could push Kamala left. Bring up the crime bill a few times, you know? I was talking about radicalizing the youth. Maybe we should start radicalizing Gen Xers and boomers. But yeah. Like and this goes for a lot of the stuff that Kamala did. I wanted to believe that Kamala would be better on Gaza. Right? But I feel the same way about like striking Iran that I do feel about like a ceasefire in Gaza. Like, would Kamala have been better? I don't know. Right? Because she had not demonstrated that she could have been better. She did not say that she wanted to be better.
On nationwide protest at federal buildings. Now is the most important time to act. Chat, please.
Better than Biden or Trump?
Both.
Both.
Twitch chat is not activism.
Both.
Sean the Black says she's my African.
She brought thank you for the 6-month subscription.
Dope Coast just subscribed.
Dope Coast, thank you for the 3-month subscription as well. Right? I think that Kamala would have been slightly better on Gaza policy than Trump. The problem is that she didn't demonstrate that. Right? What made you believe that? There's nothing pointing in that direction. Vibes. Right? Pure vibes. Right? This is why I didn't yell at chatter for like thinking that Kamala wouldn't strike Iran. My issue is not what that chatter individually believes. My issue is that Kamala Harris failed as a candidate because even if she did believe that, she didn't demonstrate it. Even if Kamala did believe and was going to be better on Gaza than Biden or Trump, she never demonstrated it. She never said that she would be different. So it doesn't matter what I individually think about Kamala Harris. It doesn't matter what you individually think about Kamala Harris. None of that matters because she has not ever at any point demonstrated that she would be different. She went out of her way to say that she wouldn't be different than the Biden administration. So how could I possibly, with my platform, tell people that Kamala Harris was going to be different when she couldn't convince me of that? And that's before we even get into the topic of discussion about how the Democrats lay the foundation, right, the groundwork for the Republicans doing draconian fascist policies in the first place. Right? The Democrats themselves manufacture consent. They do the backbreaking labor of grooming the American people to be okay with these draconian fascist policies, so the Republicans can come out and actually do the draconian fascist policies. Right? Because they both serve corporate benefactors and donors. I'll be honest, I think people believe she's more progressive because she is a woman of color. It's pure optics. Probably. It probably has something to do with it, for sure. Really begging her to just lie and say she would be different. Yeah. You probably found my VOD saying it last year. I was like, Kamala, just lie. Just say, yeah, no, I'll be different than Biden on Gaza. Right? Yeah, I'll be different. And she didn't even have the decency to lie. She didn't even have the decency to just lie about being different, being better. Right? Even if it's just like optically, be like, yeah, you know, I was a part of the Biden administration. I think we did a lot of good work, but I'm going to take it to the next step, to the next level. I'm going to be better than Biden was, right? Because Biden abandoned her as soon as the election was over. Biden came out like almost immediately on November 6th or whatever, being like, yep, I could have won this. I could have won this if I just stayed in. But Kamala Harris was so tied to that white man that she couldn't even bother to tell a lie about being better. Is that she said that she wouldn't do a single thing differently? Yeah, I have it right here. No, here, yeah.
And at $35 a month for our seniors is something.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact. Yeah. The work that we have done, for example, capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month for our seniors is something I care deeply about allowing Medicare to...
The Hakeem Jeffrey statement versus Iran statement on Israel, on Iran, and tell me who really anti-Trump and who is going along the ride, the Trump admin. Who has that old dude glasses down his nose? Chuck Schumer. Jesus, I keep forgetting these people are alive, honestly. So like it's hard for me to remember their names. But like Chuck Schumer, who had Chuck Schumer's statement on Iran, not on the strike, but on Iran specifically. What do you do? What did Trump do? What? Ugh. That's what he does. Okay, I essentially just stole Lolo's bit. He can't do that. Where is it at? Thank you. It's such a funny bit.
What did he do? You better not do that, Mr. President. He did what? Oh my God. He can't do that. Somebody's got to stop him. Mr. President, you can't do that.
It's so funny. Yeah. Sorry. Chuck Schumer. Who has Chuck Schumer's Iran post being like, Trump always chickens out. Taco. Here, I found it. Don't worry. I found it.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing.
Chuck, you can't. Can you see the screen? I'm sure you need those glasses to see, right? How can you see this? To be fair, okay, y'all not hearing him though, chat. Like, these glasses are in like prime reading position, right? Sure, you can't see anything like this, but like you look down and you can read like this perfectly. And you can see the world as it clearly is above the glasses. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. What is he reading? See, you don't understand. He's prepared to read. Okay? He's not reading now, but he's prepared to read. Anyway, let's watch this clip.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous. We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress and, most importantly, the American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it. No side deals. When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist...
This is why when a lot of people were talking about Trump not striking Iran, and like people were saying taco, I was like, why are we tacoing this? Right? Also, Trump isn't pro-war enough for Schumer. Apparently not. He's like, oh, he's trying to like do like negotiations and side deals and things like that to stop you know, war from breaking out. But like, joke's on you, Mr. President. We in Congress don't want that. Thanks. Yeah, we don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm like, bro, this is my opposition party, dude. Like, for chatters out here who are young and they might not know. Here. I actually forgot what I was looking for. Anyways, watch this one again while I find it.
What did he do? You better not do that, Mr. President. He did what? Oh my God. He can't do that. Somebody's got to stop him. Mr. President, you can't do that.
Yeah, I remember this as well.
I'm going to stand with you in this fight, and we will win. 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 We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Leader Schumer.
Bro, this is my opposition party, dog. This is my opposition party, dog. We're so cooked. 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 If I can draft it right, is 22 old? Nope, you're perfect drafting age. Doesn't draft age end at 26, right? Or is it 36? $35? Like you can't be drafted at 35, or like you can be drafted up to 35. Up to? Oh. was hoping 18. No, 18 to 35 apparently. Not 18. Is it not 18? I'm pretty sure you get a draft letter at 18, no? No. It's 1835. That's what I said. I said 18 to 35. Am I being gaslit? Right chatter is wrong. Oh, you're responding to the chat, I think. I literally said 1835. Welp, just know. I won't say anymore. I won't say anymore. Anyway, that's the thing that's happening now. Whatever Sean's real age is, I'm 40. So if it's each other because the chatter was hoping it cut off at 18. Like it would the top age cutoff being 18 would be crazy. That 13 to 18 years old child soldiers, honestly, get fat, go trans, or break a leg to avoid the drive. Honestly, chat, I don't think getting fat's gonna be the same. Wait. Is asthma disqualifying for the draft? I'll be right back, chat. Sorry, I had to grab my inhaler that I have for my asthma that I've had since I was a kid, since I was a young boy. Since I was a young boy. As he wasn't in ROTC. To be fair, my recruiter told me to lie about my asthma. I do have asthma. Is conscription the same thing as the draft? The draft is a type of conscription. That's crazy. It is crazy. Criminals can't get drafted, right? Asking for a friend? I don't know, actually. I can't get drafted to my dog's funeral. Also, if you're in school, I think you're exempt from the draft, from what I understand. The draft is government. Maybe I am trans. This is funny because everybody thought Midas was a trans. Depends on what school, not military. I'm pretty sure like if you're in college, right? If you're in university. They're not? No. They're just some straight dude. Do you think they'll be able to use the subscription service to like lower our draft chances? Like we can with TSA and just get the line? Probably not. If I'm being real. That'd be pretty funny though. No, they can be drafted too. I remember during Vietnam, some kids in college got pulled into being drafted. I think it depends. There's a thing with schooling and not being drafted for sure. I just don't remember what it was. You know? If you get drafted, will you stream during the army? I can't be drafted. I have asthma. See, I can barely breathe. Wait, so what exempts you from the draft? Honestly, let's check. Why not? What exempts? Wait, can I? Is this legal to search up? What exempts you from the draft for historical purposes only? Thank you. Seven ways Americans avoided draft during the Vietnam War. Yeah, for a friend. From tying the knot to claiming a medical condition, there are some ways men try to dodge the draft. Also, is why I think it's so funny. People are like, "Oh, you know Trump is a draft dodger, right?" I'm just like, why are we posting Trump's W's? Number one, enlisting another branch of the military. Okay, that one's out of the question. Well, okay, to be fair, I think, okay, this is not number one. This is the final thing, right? If you can't get out any other way, this is your last resort. 100%. If they're like, nope, none of the other things you do on this list works, right? And you get conscripted to join the freaking Marines, don't join the Marines, right? If I were to order it, I would say number one, maybe Coast Guard. Coast Guard wouldn't be terrible. Coast Guard. Number two, Air Force. No, Navy. Number three, Air Force. Number four, Army. Number five, Marines. That's what I would say. You never want to join the Marines. That's a terrible option for you. I don't think Space Force is an actual thing, right? Like, it's not like a branch you can join. I don't know if they're accepting enlistments. It is? Isn't it like a branch under like the Air Force? Not like it's like own. You didn't list the Space Force? It's just the Air Force you can apply though? Is their own branch? No, it's part of the Air Force. Stop lying to me, chat. Marines before Army. Army sends you straight in? No. Army is so large, right? As a branch, it's like the largest branch. So you are more likely to be in a non-combat role than if you were in the Marines. The Marines are by and large, like, you know, you're going to be like, you'll be combat training, you know? Which brings up the most crayon eaters? The Marines. What about doing a medic? No, you do not want to be a medic. Medic means you're going to be the closest to combat. Right? You're going to be the closest to combat outside of like direct infantry. You're going to be in the combat zones. You don't want to be medic. Medic is like wearing a press vest in Gaza. No, I think press vest in Gaza is definitely worse, but yeah, you're going to be seeing combat. Is the Air Force stereotypically far from combat? So is the Navy. Air Force and Navy are kind of tied in that way. They are like, yeah, stereotypically not close to like boots on the ground, right? Not true. In what way? Air Force sees combat now? Oof, no more chair force? Oh, rip. Yeah, Navy for sure. But I hate water, so I'd probably go Air Force. Army and Navy do logistics, Air Force and Marines do the killing. Dang. Stupid drones and stupid drone warfare. Chair Force is no longer Chair Force. I've been lied to. Veteran chatter, you just need to refuse to be drafted. We got boat drones now. Those ships are going to sink. Yeah, I'm not doing water. Anyway, this is your final option. If you have no other option, right, you can technically dodge your draft assignment by joining another branch of the military. Because the Vietnam War was primarily a ground war, 82% of American service members who fought in Vietnam were members of the Army and the Marines. And 2/3 of those were soldiers drafted. If you wanted to avoid being drafted as the infantryman on the front lines, one strategy was to enlist in another branch of the military. Draft motivated enlistment was a way of exerting some control over the process. That's why a lot of people were looking to avoid service in Vietnam, try joining the ROTC or National Guard if they could, because they knew they most likely they wouldn't be going. The Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard had high enlistment standards, but acceptance into one of those branches also greatly increased the man's odds of being shipped off to Vietnam. Exactly. So basically exactly what we described here. Right? Exactly what we described here. You want the, I would say Coast Guard probably is better, and then Navy, and then Air Force, and then Army, and then Marines. Right? But if you can join like the Navy National Guard, or I don't know if reserves exists, or like ROTC, you get your freaking degree and you go in as an officer. You're probably not being like boots on the ground combat anyway, something like that. But I was drafted from Puerto Rico and didn't speak English. Got sent to Vietnam. Personally, did bad at shooting, so he went to a radio operator. My dad said that he would never ever shoot anyone because he would. Why would he kill other blonde people for the U.S. government? True. He get drafted if woke, maybe. Army Corps of Engineers? No. Corps of Engineers is also a bad option. Corps of Engineers are also in combat zones, right? You want to be like cyber. You know what I mean? That's your best option if you're going to be in Army.
Sean the Black says, she's my
right?
African princess.
KTA 619 just subscribed.
Not true. That's regular engineers. No, isn't the Corps of Engineers like, don't they have like, aren't they building bridges and stuff? In the Army? Army Corps work bigger projects, usually stateside. I mean, if we're talking about like, you know, wars and stuff, not anymore. Oh, the more you know. I still wouldn't trust it. I'd be like, yeah, going into like intelligence or like cyber, maybe like signal as well. But like I wouldn't do most of the on the ground stuff. Anyway, number 2, register as a conscientious objector. Before the Vietnam era, only Americans who qualified for conscientious objector status were members of pacifist religious sects like the Quakers, Amish, Mennonites, Jehovah's Witnesses. Oh, sorry, atheist chatters, you gotta join something. Be like, yeah, I'm a part of a religion that precludes me from service. Still, the only way to receive conscientious objector. In both World Wars and Korean War, men who qualified as conscientious objectors were given alternate service assignments at home or abroad, and some served with great distinction. Still, the only way to receive conscientious objector deferment was on religious grounds. A moral or ethical opposition to war didn't cut it. Yep, religious grounds. Sorry, atheist chatters, you gotta choose something. I'm Amish now. I've always been a Jehovah's Witness. That's so funny. That changed the landmark 1970 Supreme Court decision Walsh versus United States, where the justice expanded the definition of conscientious objector to include anyone who opposes war with sufficiently religious without necessarily professing a belief in God. Okay, you're safe. You're safe, atheist chatters. You don't have to believe in God. You just have to be religious enough. You got to be like 50% religious. Yeah, for now. Yeah, just don't say you're atheist. You still got to be religious, quote unquote religious, right? Just be like, yeah, no, my religion, name to be determined, makes me opposed to war. Just don't debate the judge on the grounds of religion. Oh, some of you chatters are cooked. I'm gonna be real. Some Reddit atheists cannot help themselves. They will be debating in the draft line. Right? They'll be like, oh, so it says here that you're religious, huh? God bless you. And they'd be like, actually, there is no God. And they'd be like, get him. Get him. Throw him. You're to basic training with you. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody's going to sneeze in the draft line. You'd be like, yeah, actually, I'm religious. I can't serve. You're walking away. Somebody sneezes. You're like, science you. And they're like, we knew it. We caught him. We caught him. Give him an M4. Yeah, seize him. Seize him. He didn't say bless you. He said science you. He's an atheist. To the front lines with you. What would they do if you straight up tell them you would commit mutiny and give all the info to the enemy? They would either throw you in jail then, or they will call your bluff, wait for you to do that, and then throw you in jail. So that's not necessarily a great that's not necessarily a great way to go about it. You know what I mean? They will jail you for conspiracy to sell out state secrets, or they will wait for you to actually do it and then jail you for actually selling out state secrets. Or you'll get fragged. That, like, worst case scenario, they kill you. Cause like you're gonna be surrounded by people with guns and grenades and stuff, right? Who are going to hate that you are doing that. So they will, like, if the superstructure of the military doesn't kill you, your fellow soldiers will. Number 3, getting married and having children. All right, chat, who wants to marry me? Wait, does it matter? Does it have to be a gay marriage? Or is it all marriages? As mentioned, married men were exempt from the draft until 1965. RIP. After that, the only way to marry men to enter the deferment was having a child. But even those rules were changed over the course of the Vietnam War. Oh, RIP. Okay, never mind then. This article sucks. It's just like, hey, this used to be a way to dodge the draft, but they patched it. Why are they keep patching the methods? There were glitches in the system that were exploits, right? That were exploits, and they were like, oh, the mods patched it. You can no longer dodge the draft. You can no longer dodge the draft by using this method anymore. Yeah, no hotfixes. Why? I hate these like OSINT aggregator accounts, but let's see what this one says. Speaking earlier to media outlets, Iranian foreign minister stated that regardless of last night attack the U.S. against nuclear sites against Iran, the enemy request for Iran to return to diplomacy is irrelevant now. The door to diplomacy is definitely closed. This is still very tailored language. It's still kind of neutered. They're not saying we're going to war with America, but like this is not bode very well for like this ending anytime soon. You know? Or GPS jamming the strait. Also, the parliament is voting on closing the strait down entirely. So, but let's continue. After 1965, when marriage alone could no longer save men for the draft, there was another explosion in America's fertility. According to a demographic study, birth rates were 13% higher in 1970 than they were before the Vietnam era. When the draft lottery was first held in 1969, women whose husbands were at high risk for drafts were 40% more likely to get pregnant than women whose spouses had a low risk of being drafted. In 1970, President Richard Nixon changed the laws yet again. Men with children were no longer automatically deferred. Now they had to prove that their absence would be a financial hardship to their dependents. Following an announcement, birth rates among young couples sharply declined. Okay. Who wants to quit their job and then marry me and then have a child with me? Who's down? What's up? You have a girlfriend? I'm just posing the question. I don't think she'd be down to quit her job. Cheater. Hey, we're talking about dropping the draft, chat. Trade offer, yeah. Low risk versus high risk. I thought it was random. There were like tiers, I guess. I don't know. See, I'm a woman, so I'm not even getting drafted as of now. See, that's crazy, right? Women, why are women not being drafted? What happened to the conservatives who were like, oh, women should be drafted? There was like a sect of conservatism that were like, women need to serve because it's not fair. And now look at it. Waited too long. And now women can't be drafted. Gosh darn it. Men. Can we adopt instead? Of course not, chat. I'm talking about America. You think they're gonna count adoption as a legitimate child rearing process? No. No, we're not. Number 4. See? Attending college. For most of the Vietnam War, full-time college students and graduate students were able to get legal deferment for the draft. Since college was expensive and black and minority college enrollment was low at the time, this is one of the loopholes that unevenly benefited middle and upper class white Americans. Of course it was. Of course it was. White supremacy. Once again. One of the points that was very clear is that men with means, whether actual money, cultural, or political capital, or better education, absolutely got out of service a lot easier than folks without those things. Poor and working class men, particularly men of color, were disproportionately drafted. Similar effects to marriage and birth rates were 4 to 6% increase in college attendance during the late 1960s when college students were automatically deferred. In 1971, most college graduate student deferments were dropped except for divinity students and medical students. Oh, now I have to go to church school or I have to go to med school, bro? Bro, they keep patching the methods. Stop putting in bug reports. Okay, can we kick people from the guild who keep putting in bug reports for the exploits that we're using? How is this fair? How is this fair? Stop snitching to the mods. You keep putting in bug reports about exploits just because you can't use them? Come on, dog. Okay. We have this one. So as we've learned, chat, for number 2, conscientious objectivism no longer works, right? There's no longer automatic deferment. Getting married and having kids is no longer automatic deferment. And attending college is no longer automatic deferment. So, okay, this is one of our final methods, right? There's only a few more left. Please tell me that claiming a medical condition still works. Please tell me that my asthma still saves me from having to serve in the draft. Number 5, claiming a medical condition. A physical exam was required as part of the introduction into the military service. The standard exam was a cursory one once over by a military doctor who was looking for obvious physical limitations and conditions. One way to earn a 4F deferment, unfit for service, was to convince a friendly doctor to exaggerate or invent a condition disqualifying an otherwise healthy young man from service. This is yet another way that wealthier and better connected Americans had an advantage when it comes to avoiding the draft. Why is this always white supremacy, bro? Why is it always that wealthy young white kids who has connection can always avoid the draft more? Okay. I don't like that. This is why they don't want more black doctors. This is why they don't want more black doctors. I can't serve. I have Havana syndrome. Definitely real, right? The CIA told me so. Another way. Wait, I read that one. Politicians have come under fire for their use of medical deferment to stay out of the Vietnam War. Both Donald Trump and Joe Biden avoided the draft through a combination of student deferments and medical exceptions. Bone spurs for Trump and asthma for Biden. Bro. Well-connected white men with either political or social capital. Both becoming the president. Both dodging the draft. Even though the U.S. military barred gay men from serving there in Vietnam, it wasn't an automatic disqualifier for a registrant to respond yes to the question about homosexual tendencies. The decision was left to a local Social Security Service Board who determines when demand for recruits were high, the issue was sometimes overlooked. Oh, so even being gay, sorry, queer chatters, that won't even save you. That won't even save you. You can't kiss a man in the draft line. They're like, listen, we don't like the gays here, but numbers are down. Too many people with bone spurs. Too many people with bone spurs. Numbers are down. You're gay, you gotta go in. Trans not lifted, so trans is safe? For now, we don't know. Number 6, burning your draft card. As the Vietnam War dragged on, it grew increasingly unpopular for the American public, especially young people. Instead of quietly avoiding the draft through deferments and exemptions, some draft-eligible men chose open resistance and protest. One of the strongest with anti-war statements was to publicly burn your draft card. Wittenberg says that the number of people who actually burned their draft card was relatively low, but they got a lot of news coverage. Other ways of protesting the draft and the war itself was to return your draft card to the Selective Service board, fail to show up for your pre-induction physical, or refuse to step forward during the induction ceremony to affirm your joining. Failure to comply with Secret Service requirements was a criminal offense enforced by the Department of Justice, but Ruthenberg said that by 1970, the DOJ was so overwhelmed by non-compliance that it only prosecuted the most egregious and public cases. Approximately 500,000 men were classified as draft offenders during the Vietnam War, but only 8,750 were convicted and 3,250 were in prison. Honestly, those odds aren't bad. Honestly, those odds aren't bad. Like, do a little bit of math, chat, based upon these numbers. And it would be a lot better nowadays because, like, they have more people in recruitment than before. That's divided by 5,7,000 times 100. Honestly, that's only 0.5%. It's only 0.5%. So less than 1% chance you see jail. That's insane odds, bro. Honestly, it's not bad. It's okay. You literally have a 95.5% chance of 99.5% chance of a 57% no. No, that's not right. It's literally is a 0.5% chance. 0.57% chance. You can do this by minusing 100 as well. You have a 99.42% chance, right? Not even 97% chance to not get hit, but like to serve any jail time. You might still be convicted. 57%. No, it's not. This is correct. This is correct. I've already accounted for the percentage discrepancy. There were 2.2 million drafted, 8K prosecuted now. No, this is of the people who were classified as draft offenders, right? Of the people who were classified as draft offenders, as in like dodging the draft, which is 500,000 people, right? Only 3,000 were imprisoned. So if you were to like actually like just draft offend, dodge the draft, you have a 99.42% chance of not being prosecuted. In prison for how long? I don't know. This doesn't say. Of that 0.5%, 100% were people of color. Not necessarily. I would say, if I had to imagine, like 80% were. Right? There were probably high profile cases of white men burning their draft cards and being prosecuted because of it. Congress is going to bring those ads down. It's honestly not bad methods. I think it's up to 5 years in prison. And so honestly, if you're going to do it, then 70 is probably like 95%. I mean, maybe. I'll say it probably isn't 100% though. But there are probably some examples of white people being convicted. Right? The reason why it's different now is that we have social media. Right? We have social media, and it's a lot easier to practice solidarity when you see on TikTok other people burning their draft cards. Right? So, but if you are going to do it, don't be a high profile case of it. You know what I mean? That's what I will say. That's my advice to you if you're going to freaking dodge the draft, which I don't think you should do, obviously. It's against the law. Don't be the guy, keep your head down. Yeah. Don't be the hero. It's like getting performatively arrested. Right? Number 7. What is this? Okay, that's kind of funny. There's not going to be a draft. This is a non-issue. That's true. Completely upset with this video of an Israeli running into a lamppost because she is overly preoccupied filming a selfie video, fleeing into a bunker for Instagram victimhood points. This is a perfect encapsulation of Zionist entity settler colonial society in 6 seconds. This lamppost, Hamas. Hamas put the lamppost there. Chad, don't you know? That's so funny, bro. That's so funny. Anyway, this is the final one, chat, and that is the nuclear option, fleeing the country. Every excuse, thank you for the 4-month description. Everything changed with the introduction of the draft lottery in 1969. Instead of draft recruits from the oldest to the youngest, starting at 26 and moving down to 18. Wait, I was right. It was 26. Y'all were talking to me like I was crazy. Draft age was 26. Jeez Louise. It's 35 now. Okay, that's a different situation. I thought the draft age was 26. You're like, no, it's 35. I'm like, I thought it was 26. It's perfect. Aren't you 26? Yeah, that's crazy. My birthday just happened. I just turned 26. Can I get a happy birthday in chat for me? It's my 27th birthday. I just turned from being 26. Happy 27th birthday. Thank you. Me and Maya are the same age now. I'm now late 20s. And now you want to be 27? What do you mean? I was always 27. I was born 27. The lottery was selected from a small pool of people turning 20 that calendar year. In a televised drawing, birth dates were randomly selected and placed in order from 1 to 365. That is so Hunger Games. Bro, I'd be so pissed. Imagine watching like the Hunger Games essentially. And then like they spin like a bingo ball circle. And then like a ball goes rolling down and they open it up and they're like, March 7th. March 7th. And you just get drafted into the military. That's crazy. Hunger Games was literally inspired by this. That makes sense. And they started the draft when the adult age was 20 and legit sending child soldiers to fight in Vietnam. Imagine they drafted the same age range for people they consider people in office. They should, honestly. They should start with the oldest person in public office and go from there. Like it's currently 25. Wait, they do have bingo balls. I was joking. I was joking. They do have bingo balls. Bro, imagine how pissed I would be. Imagine how pissed I will be if I saw this was how I figured out I was going to be drafted, dog. I'd be so pissed.
It came with the bingo roller. You can mark those so they're able to be told apart, but I desired a much more. You load the balls into the roller, which is also probably pretty obvious. I bought 20 of each colour, but if you were actually playing, you would put an equivalent number of balls for each army's order dice. Then you roll the roller. Big surprise there, I know. Following the normal process of using a bingo roller, a random ball will be chosen. In this case, blue has been.
And this one has your freaking birthday. Televised draft lottery 1969. Bro, I'd be so pissed.
The Draft Lottery, a live report on tonight's picking of the birth dates for the draft. Here at
I'd be
Selective
so
Service
pissed.
Headquarters in Washington is CBS News correspondent Roger Mudd.
Good evening. It was 29 years ago that the first and most famous lottery number, 158, was drawn as the United States entered World War II.
Oh,
Tonight-
August 3rd, chat. You heard that? You're going to die for U.S. oil, baby. August 3rd, you're going to die for U.S. empire. Rest in peace.
For the first time in 27 years, the United States has again started a draft lottery. And the famous first pick tonight is September 14th.
April 28th. That's my ex-girlfriend's birthday. April 28th. I'm sorry. You cooked. Get out of here. Skedaddle. April 28th.
First birthday that now is designated 001, which means for 19-year-olds born on September 14th.
Oh, that's crazy. So it's not even just like your birthday. It goes from like, but your luck must suck so bad. Your luck must suck so bad. If you just turned 18 on September 14th, bro, I'd be so pissed. I would be so pissed. Bro, if your birthday is if you're a 21-year-old and your birthday is Valentine's Day, you're like, bro, it's my 21st birthday and it's Valentine's Day. Me and my girlfriend are going out. We're going to get some drinks. You turn on the TV, you just see February 14th, 21. Bro, I'd be so mad.
That beginning in January, local draft boards will induct those men.
September 9th? Any September 9th, chat? September 9th? Anybody?
Born on September 14th, barring deferments. The next birthday in order, April 24th. And so on down the line this evening.
Pursuant to the executive order, the Director of Selective Service is going to establish tonight a random...
Also, you know for a fact these fuckers ain't going themselves. They're too freaking old. They're sending young Americans out to die for wars that these old geriatrics started, bro. I'd be so pissed. I would be so pissed.
selection sequence for induction for 1970. I will ask Congressman Perney to come forward. Congressman Perney is representing...
Like, imagine, to put this in perspective, imagine it was Chuck Schumer, right, and Mitch McConnell, right? Imagine it was Mitch McConnell, this guy, and this guy saying, all right, you gotta go. You gotta go. Fight Iran. Like Chuck Grassley. Freaking. Look at it. Like, imagine these three people on the TV saying, you gotta go fight Iran. You gotta do it. I'm not going, I'm old. But you just turned 18 years old, so, you know. Bro, I'm not gonna say anything. But I know what I would be doing back then. And it would not be going to fight about a war I didn't start. What did he do?
United States, the Military Affairs Committee of the House, and he also is a senior Republican president who has been of the Watchdog Committee.
I would go to jail not just for draft dodging. Chill. Chill.
Service system, and we're going to ask him to choose the first.
Bro, it's a game. He's like, the Republican congressman from New Hampshire is going to choose. It's a game to these people. I'd be so pissed. I would be so pissed if they treated my life like it was a game. They're like, now we have celebrity guest. Now we have celebrity guest. Freaking, who was a famous celebrity back then? Andy Griffith. Pulling a draft number. Which one did you pull, Andy? Stop. Be like, Beyonce. Beyonce is here to pull a draft number. Which one are you pulling? Oh, July 23rd? Oof. July 23rd. If you are a 21-year-old born on July 23rd, you're going to fight. Bro, Kai Cenat pulling your draft number, I would, bro. No. Bro, if Kai Cenat pulled my draft number, I would ODL on myself. For sure. For sure. If like Dwayne The Rock Johnson pulled my draft number, okay, that's a good question, chat. Oh, we should do a tier list. A tier list of like who I would want to pull my draft number. Honestly, I would still hate it. But if Meg pulled my draft number, you know, I'd be a little bit more okay with it. You know? I'm not going to war if Jack Black pulls my draft number. I'm not doing it. It's not happening. Steve Harvey pulls Sean's draft number. Listen. If a celebrity pulls my draft number, and I go into service and I get out of service, I better not see that person again in my life. I better not see that person ever again in my life. You better never cross my path. Never. I'm packing for life just in case. Like, you better hope that I die if you pull my draft number. Because if you make a whole YouTube video, yeah. Be like, I had 10 people put their hand on an American flag, and whoever was the last to remove their hand was exempt for the draft. Bro, I would ODL myself. The reason why so many volunteered for the military at that time was you had some choice of job over the draft. Less likely to be an infantry guy, yeah.
September 14th.
Bro, I'd be
September 14.
I'd be so pissed.
01.
I'd be so pissed, bro.
Mr. Paul M. Murray, Rhode Island.
Imagine they called September 11th. I don't think it would have mattered in 1969, if I'm being entirely real. I don't think pulling 9/11 would have mattered much back then. Ooh. Would they have retired numbers? That would be funny. Would they have retired numbers? Like, against the NBA? They're like, yep, 9/11 is a retired number. If you were born on 9/11, you can't be pulled. You know, December 25th, if you were pulled on those December 25th, you can't be pulled. 4th of July, that's a good one. You can't be pulled on 4th of July either. So you're just completely exempt. You're just completely exempt from the draft. Because of, no, not the 24th, Chatter. You're not safe. You're not safe. They would retire October 7th? Maybe. January 1st? No. It would be the 4th of July for sure, 9/11 for sure, and December 25th for sure. You think they include Juneteenth? Definitely not. They're not including Juneteenth as exempt draft numbers. Pearl Harbor? Probably not. January 6th. Imagine that feeling when you it's whenever off of your birthday. Bro, I would be riding that high for life until they pull my number the next time. Because they don't just go from like 18 to 26 and stop. They go from 18 to 26 and then they cycle back to 18 until they fill up the board. Right? So it may be like, yeah, it's not just 18 to 26. Okay, you're done. It's 8. You see how many numbers are on the board, chat? You see how many spaces are here? It's 18 to 26, 18 to 26, 18 to 26, 18 to 26 until they get enough people. And they start at number 1, going down to like 100. So if you're like 99, within 365, it might be 365. Yeah. The 27 plus aren't drafted. They're not drafted via the lottery. But yeah, so you're not done. If you're 18 years old and they pull September 14th, you're not done. You got like 7 more times of being pulled. It could still be your birthday. Right? It's still very unlikely for it to be you, by the way. Right? It's still super unlikely for it to be you. Right? Because it's 18 years old, 19 years old, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. There's 9 different birthdays, right? Like 9 different ages. And it's like 365 days for each age. So technically there's like 3,000 different possibilities to be selected. You can be January 1st and 18 years old or January 1st and 21 years old. Right? Those are both possible. By this logic, you kind of hope they pull your birthday for a different age. They should switch it up and do it by name instead of birthday. Name would be too crazy. Also, no black person's getting picked. You think they're gonna put Taekwon up there? They ain't putting Taekwon up there. They're pulling, yeah, the name is John, you're cooked. You know, Bob, you're cooked. Seth, you're cooked. You're cooked. You better hope your parents named you something else. Good to keep Taekwon alive. True. Kyle, you're done. You're donezo. Connor is gone, bro. Training people are safe. Well, training people were saved from the get-go, from the jump. What if you go by Jonathan? Doesn't matter. It's your legal name.
April 24th.
Rip, April 24th, 19-year-olds.
April 24 is 002.
December 30th.
Oh, bro. Yeah, bro, you thought you were saved? They're like, oh, who will pull like one of the last days of the year? December 30th, you got cooked. Should have been New Year's Eve. Should have been 31st. LOL.
December 30, 003.
February 14th.
Rip. If you were born on Valentine's Day.
February 14 is 0.
Wait, actually, I think you're right, Chatter. I don't think they'll have multiple of these dates. So if they pull your date, but for a different age, I think you're safe. Yeah. I think you're safe. So technically you have a 1 in 9 chance of being selected. Right? That's insane odds. That's way worse than I thought. You have a 1 in 9 chance of being selected. Because they're gonna pull your date regardless. Right? Those are ages on the right. They're next to column birthdays. You may be correct, actually. You're right.
February 29.
But I'm pretty sure that's how it works, though, right? Unless I misunderstood this one. Or this. In a televised drawing, birthdays are randomly selected and placed from order from 1 to 365. People with the lowest numbers are almost guaranteed to be drafted. Higher numbers are breathe a sigh of relief. Oh. Oh, no. Okay, so I'm wrong. I'm incorrect, actually. I'm incorrect. So if you were born... Okay, this is even worse. Even worse. So if you were born on September 14th, if that is your birthday, you're cooked. You are going to be drafted. It doesn't matter what your age is. I'm wrong. I'm incorrect. Yeah, you get a randomly assigned number from 1 to 365. And if you're number 365, then you have a very low likelihood of being drafted. But if you get number 1, you are almost guaranteed to be drafted. Oh man, that's rough, chatters. It says on AI that September 14th was the most drafted day.
February 29.
That sucks.
This evening, this has been a very systematic, almost mechanical lottery. The
If ADHD or depression, they won't conscript you. This is not necessarily the case, chatter. Going off of like Vietnam rules, it's not about you having ADHD or depression. It's about the army doctor who does your physical, right? Diagnosing you as such. If they don't diagnose you with ADHD or depression, you're going through, right? Even if you are diagnosed by your own primary doctor as having ADHD or depression, right? If you get to the draft line and then they wave you through and you get your physical, right? And the doctor doesn't write down you have ADHD, you're going through.
Really nationally televised lottery we've ever had. There's been little excitement here, but for
where was okay, I'm curious now. I'm curious about where my birthday would be on this list.
These occasions, 4 or 5 of the Youth Advisory Council members declined.
Self-harm disqualified you, by the way. Self-harm disqualified you, chatter. Disqualified. Right? There's no telling what the rules will be if there is another draft. There won't be, but there's no telling what you would do. Look it up in here. Oh, this is interesting. What's your Vietnam draft lottery number? Stop. Okay, chat. Who wants me to check? Wait, okay, so there were 4 separate drafts over 4 separate years. March 23rd got called for the second 2 years. October 16th, we're gonna check October 16th, okay. October 16th. Oh, you got called twice too. 1970 and 1972. Check September 14th. Oh, to be fair, if you were 17 years old in September 14th, you're chilling. If you were 17 years old in 1969, right? Born on September 14th, you're kind of fine. You're chilling. You were never called again. You were never called nor drafted. If you were 18 years old, I don't tell you. My birthday was called in 1969, but I'm a woman. W. July 22nd. Yeah, you recall, chat. You weren't drafted, though, I think, right? But does it tell you if you were drafted or not? Actually, no, I think called means you were drafted. Through July 11th. July 11th was never called nor drafted. You would have been safe, chatter. June 22nd. Yeah, you were called in 1971. I'm gonna try my birthday. I'm not doxing my birthday in Twitch chat. You can't fool me. Ooh, I would have been called in 1969, but I would have been safe otherwise. W. W. March 15th. Yeah, you're same as me, chatter. We would have been on the line together, you and I. We would have been on the line together. January 1st. Soon 9/11. We'll do 9/11. Nope, January 1st was never called. Let's see, 9/11. Yep, 9/11 was called, 1969. They drafted twice in 69 and 71. Rip. What about September 26th? See, September 26th. Oh, you got called 3 times, chatter? Oof, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. 3 separate times. 18, 93, and 29. That's rough. Dead for sure. Yeah, you're not making it out. My bad, chatter. September 7th. You got called twice. Ooh, you were number 8. Yeah, you were getting drafted. For sure. 8 and 42. 2 separate times. What, October 14th? 3 times? You thought you were safe, chatter? You were sitting there in 1969 being like, oh, okay, I was 294, they wasn't getting me. And then 70, you're going back. 71, you're going back. 72, you're going back. And you thought you were safe. You thought you were safe. September 17th. Let's see. Nope. September 17th, you're safe. September 18th, you're also safe. Juneteenth. Let's see. Okay, that's gotta be racist. That has gotta be racist, bro. Getting called 3 times on Juneteenth is crazy. Kids trying to can't find it on my own. Yeah, Chatter linked it to me. Here. Check October 7th. Yeah. Got called once. 1971. Okay, January 6th. Oh, January 6th, y'all thought y'all was safe until 72. You get called. You're number 36. They said Juneteenth for the fun of it. They didn't even pull it. Check February 29th. Let's see. Oh yeah, leap year. Leap day. Wait. No, this is the first one I've seen of this. Okay, no. So all we've seen were just called. If you were born on February 29th, you were just drafted. That's crazy. Imagine your luck. Imagine your unluck. That's the first time we've seen drafted, actually. That's wild. You know the hex that can't get drafted now because I'm trans? Oh, you think they won't change it? We'll see about that. February 29th was the free square? Yeah. They did that on purpose? They must have. They must have done it on purpose. March 5th? That was crazy. Not called, not drafted. Check July 4th. Oh, please. Not our Patriots. Not our Patriots. Yeah, it was called 70 and 72. Wait. This is called. Why does that one say drafted though? Why does the 29th of February say drafted? Yeah, this one says called. That's why. Because it was a day away? That's kind of dumb. What about March 2nd? Okay, so I'm going to assume called means drafted. March 1st was the first called in on a non-leap year. Oh, my freaking neck. Dang, March 6th was the number 1 of 72. That's rough. Imagine that being your life. You got through. Like, imagine being 17 and 69 and then being safe for 2 years and then being like 20 in 72 and getting called. Check August 5th. That's crazy. It's like the same number. 64, 63, 63. Bro, you got hexed by a witch. If you were born, or if you were 18 years old in like 69, right? You better look at your compatriots. One of you got hexed or something. There was a curse put upon somebody who was born on August 5th's bloodline that caused for this to happen. Because what do you mean? 54, 64, 63, and 63 again. What are the odds? In the context of the Vietnam War, being called by birthday means being assigned a job number based on a lottery system that uses birthdays to determine the order in which men are called for military service. This contrasts with being drafted, which refers to a broader process of conscription, including into the military, regardless of specific method used to determine who was selected. Not too many 79 through 81-year-olds men born on August 5th these days. Yeah, I wonder why. Wonder why. They're like an extinct species. Birthdays of U.S. service members drafted into the Vietnam War as a result of birthday lotteries held in 1969, 1970, and 1971. What is like worst day to be selected? Honestly, it looks like Having a birthday in December sucks. Why is December in 1969 so skewed? They had 1, 2, 3, 5 days. 5 out of 30 days in December just didn't get picked at all. I'm so safe, bro. I deserved Oslos and it doesn't matter. Yeah. I guess they've had a method that was probably terrible. And then like they probably fixed that in the future. Cause that's crazy. That's so insanely skewed. I would be pissed. This was a major controversy. The balls were added month by month. Are you joking? No shot I'm serving if that happens. No. They didn't even shuffle the balls? They poured January in first, then February, then March, then April, and then December. And then they picked from the top. Somebody born in January was in charge of shuffling them. No, somebody who had a child who was born in January was in charge of shuffling them for sure. I need you to find out every congressperson and everybody every famous politician and all of their child's birthdays. And I want you to graph that for me. And I guarantee you it's going to be skewed to being in January. Because what are we talking about, bro? That's insane. And it's making the December dates were added last, therefore picked first. A random procedure was not distribute the lottery numbers uniformly over the months of the years. But this was what was some people expected. It happened that November and December births, or numbered 306 to 336, were assigned mainly to lower draft numbers, representing the earlier calls to serve. This led to complaints that the lottery was not truly random, as legislation required. Only 5 days in December, 2nd, 12th, 15th, 17th, 19th, were higher than the last call number of 195. Had the days been evenly distributed, 14 days in December would have been expected to remain uncalled. Yeah, that's crazy. This is interesting. Obviously, this is meaningless because like the draft is not going to happen. But like, it's so interesting to see what this is about. There's a law that politicians' children are the first ones to be drafted in the case of war. Who is we in this case, chat? The politicians themselves have to be the law, right? Or have to make the law. Also, thank you for the 4-month free subscription. Also, KCA, thank you for the Prime. And yeah. That's when Russia's saying Iran has nukes. When did Russia say Iran has nukes? Like, did they just say that today? $7 hours ago? Longest tangent and it was great. I did that tangent specifically because I think it would be a funny YouTube video. I think not how to dodge the draft. I don't know if I could make that YouTube video, but how people dodge the draft would be a funny video. And then like the part about like the draft number and lottery would be a funny video as well. My dad wrecked his bike to avoid the draft. I'd have done the same. The enrichment of nuclear material, and now we can say it outright, the future of production of nuclear weapons will continue. A number of countries are ready to directly supply Iran with their own nuclear warheads. Okay, this is different than like Iran having nukes. And that is like the deputy chair of the Security Council of Russian Federation saying that they would or could give Iran nukes. Right? I think that that's slightly different. Production of nuclear warheads will not start, continue. Yeah, I mean, obviously Iran is trying and attempting to produce nuclear warheads. But I don't know if this means that they already had nukes, or is that like continue just implies that like it had already started, not that they have finished production of a nuclear warhead. You know what I mean? Continue implies that they had production to make it if they want. Yeah. But like only time will tell. Because if Iran actually did have nukes, like genuinely, like they had nuclear warheads ready to be deployed, America would not be allowed to strike as they've been doing. I will say, you were right, Cheddar. It would explain why they're so chill, right? It would explain it. That is true. It would explain why they're so chill, because they are very chill about like the U.S. just striking their nuclear facility. They'd be like, yeah, doesn't matter. We didn't have anything there anyway. They could be posturing, right? They could very well be posturing, but like, you know, it's not outside of the realm of possibilities for sure. First time listener, want to listen, first time caller, Sean W. Welcome in. If Iran had nukes, then they're really stupid for letting America and Israel bomb the shit out of them. And it could be a case where they are, and they like Israel is correct, and they are near completing a nuclear warhead, and so they want it to seem like they're not going to retaliate, so they can focus on finishing production. Right? But again, nobody knows how close Iran is to a actual nuclear weapon. Nobody except for Iran. I got some of the equipment before the strike. Yeah, this is what Iran is saying as well. 16 cargo trucks gathered near the entrance to Iran's Fordo enrichment plant 2 days before Trump bombed the facility. Washington Post. Satellite imagery show unusual truck and vehicular activity on June 19th. I can't read. Did Iran manage to vacate everything important just in time? Wait, they closed the strait? From what I saw, there was the Iranian parliament was voting on closing the strait, but it is a decision that Iran was making. I don't know if they actually did close the strait or not. They did. Oh, they approved. When did they approve? Oh, this was in the morning. The vote passed, but the decision was up to the Ayatollah. Okay. So the parliament did approve closing the strait. At Grok, is Iran legally allowed to block the strait under international maritime law? Bro, I'm so happy that I blocked Grok, but I wish I could block every account that says at Grok. Mute words? You're totally right. Anyway, that's the draft conversation. Just to cap it off for the video. That's the draft conversation. It's pretty interesting. I don't think people will be drafted, but we will see. No, we will see. I don't think it's gonna happen. Poverty draft, if anything. I mean, the poverty draft has been happening consistently. So they never did it for the Iraq War. To be fair, it is a different state of affairs. The Iraq War, like actually had, especially due to like the propaganda after 9/11, like there was support, right? There was massive recruitment after 9/11 for the U.S. military, so they didn't need it. We needed to draft because the Bush support was over 90%. Yeah, recruitment skyrocketed. So this is a different state, but again, it's hard to tell, right? Again, I'm not a foreign policy guru like Joe Biden was. Um, yeah. Yeah, he's just that good. I think I covered pretty much everything I wanted to cover. We're 30-hour stream. Not today. Next week, maybe. I have to get some more guests planned. The factor was the economy tanking and parents kicking kids out at 18 and to sign up or become homeless sometimes. Stop dodging 30-hour stream like the Vietnam draft. True. But no, do y'all want guests or do you not want guests? I gotta get guests in order. I gotta ask people if they want to be involved. Also, I want to have to plan around personal things. When the guest's going to be told for an exclusive post-war interview. Honestly, no. If I could, I think it would be, because I am a journalist, as I would say. People would be very mad if I did that, though. So, yeah, let me bring Kendrick. Maybe Zoran. Yeah, let me just call up Zoran and be like, yo, Zoran, come on my stream. Right? You can be in front of like 600 people, I guess. You know what? I'll say this. I was watching Hassan yesterday, and I saw the amount of viewers that he had, and I was just like, I don't want that many viewers, you know? Like, that's the people who are like, I want to be like, have like 100,000 viewers. That's the greed that they talk about in the Bible. You know what I mean? I don't need all that. I don't need all that. I want me a solid, 1K average, 10K max. Right? If I do like a special event or something. Like, I don't need no crazy 100,000 viewers. What am I going to do with 100,000 viewers? Bro, you matter positive too. We appreciate that, I'm sure. 1K viewers but 1 billion Twitter followers. I don't even need Twitter followers either. I'm telling you, once I hit 1,000 concurrent viewers on average, it would be enough for me to go full time. You know? And that's all I want. I want a core audience of 1,000 people who want to come and watch me and have fun talking about dodging the draft, allegedly, potentially, and play games and stuff like that, right? And honestly, I started and okay, this is me being a little bit vulnerable. Not really necessarily vulnerable, but it's something I've been thinking about recently. Is that sometimes I look at my streaming landscape or my streaming position and think I wish it could be more. Like I wish I was at 1K average viewers and things of that nature. But then I think about it and I see other streamers and I'm just like, there are people who've been streaming for like 6 years, right? 5, 6, 7 years, right? And either they're not at the size that I am now, or they're at that 2,000 viewer range. And so if I was able to get there in like 2 years, that would be insane. That would be crazy. You know? You have 100,000 views, you could go state by state highlighting progressive movements and individual people should vote and advocate with, potentially. And so me being here for like just over 2 years and being at the size that I am, I'm happy. Right? You're my favorite streamer for real. I appreciate that. Right? I think a great thing to see would be at the end of the year, seeing how people's streamer recaps look. Right? Because something that I noticed last year is that I was on quite a few people's recaps, but I was only number one on one person's recap. Right? I was only the number one watch streamer on one person's recap. That was Amy. Shout out Games with Amy. And so if I can be number one on like 5 people's recaps, that would be sick. That would be cool. Yeah. That was me. Was it? I'm pretty sure it was Amy as well. Because I gave Amy a VIP for it. That was hours watched, not number one watch. Oh. Maybe. Amy had the most hours watched. Oh, that made sense. But it's on streams more hours. Doesn't matter. My metrics aren't always how we say viewable. Sure. But yeah. So we'll see. My goal is 1,000 concurrent viewers. I have my goals somewhere. I talked about it somewhere. I don't remember where I put them though. 1,000 concurrent viewers will just make me happy. I'll be content with my streaming career. I was forgetting about your strongest soldier. True. Time to cancel Hassan. We should cancel Hassan. I agree. How much time do you need to be a partner? What do you mean? Do I need to stop taking away views from marginalized creators? True. Where you sign up to cancel Hassan? Are you subscribed to my stream? This is the cancel Hassan stream. I'm a big Hassan fan, but as a black fan, I enjoy things from your perspective more, to be honest. Thank you. I appreciate that. Is there a difference between affiliate and a partner? Yeah, I'm a partner. You can tell by the badge. Right? Wait, actually, you can't see my badge. It just says... Wait, I gifted 100 subs? When did I do that? Anyway, I have a little badge. I'm a partner badge. But I think besides that, that's total. Oh, y'all don't deserve my 100 subs. Let's be real. I think besides that, one thing that I do want to do more is more collaborations, and I know I have a problem with doing that, but just making more content that I'm proud of, kind of, including things like collaboration and stuff. Like, there's not a piece of content that I can show people to be like, this is what I do, and I'm proud of this. Right? I do a lot of fun stuff on my streams, but like putting that into like a YouTube video and posting that to be like an introduction to my content is just something I don't do as often. Let's collab, and then hides for 2 years because he's shy. To be fair, my biggest fear about a collab is collabing with somebody who then gets canceled. You know? And then I gotta deal with that. And the best way to insulate myself from that is just not collabing with anybody. But yeah. You need a safe collab? True. Honestly, it's not going to be as big of a deal as it seems in your head. You'd be surprised. Like Cinna was on a show with DDG and she's chilling. Yeah, but okay. Even besides that, it's not about how the audience views me. It's about how I view myself, right? Like I don't want to do a collaboration or be on a show with DDG, not because of how people will view me for doing so. That's part of it. Mostly because like I just don't want to be around DDG, right? I don't want to be around bad people. And maybe that's like my my downfall, right? Maybe that will limit my growth. But like I can't like do this thing where I play this game about being like around Asmongold and being chill or cool with Asmongold, right? Like I just can't do that. You have a dream collab? Like a dream streamer collab? Like it's just celebrities, Megan Thee Stallion, easily. Like, come on, no question. But Pokey would be cool, right? He said Megan yesterday, and I stand by that. But like, if we're talking about like in the streaming landscape, streaming landscape, I don't know. I have streamers that I like watching as well. Like I am a Twitch viewer first and foremost, right? I can guarantee that like I watch more Twitch than I stream for the most part. And so just like off of the streamers that I watch the most, I don't think Tina is streams enough to be my like most watched streamer. Right? Neither does Pokey. So like Hassan will probably be like my number one. Like most watched person because he just streams the most. I think just from like a concept, like I think it'll be cool just going to like just one of Cutie's events. That would be cool. Tina would be a cool collab too. Tina seems super nice. Why wouldn't you collab with Hassan? I've already collabed with Hassan, so I'm not counting that. Avea's collab when? I don't know. Maya's too big for me now. Maya's going on. This is a joke. Maya's always been way bigger streamer than I have. Do I stream with Maya? That would be funny. I need you and Ludwig to have a debate. Ludwig collab. Honestly, I think okay. If I was ever to collab with Ludwig, I need to stop shit posting. Right? I shit post about Ludwig too much. The tweet that I made about Ludwig has like 2,000 likes. This AI has trained on Ludwig's AAVE. It has 147,000 views. I need to stop. I need to stop doing this. This is not going to help help my collab chances. It's true though. It is true. It is true. Right? But it's not helping my collab chances. I think also outside the variable of a collab, what would be like, what is a collab to do like for the content? I have built-in content. Do-rag streams. I think it would be good content. I don't care. So long as the person, it doesn't have to be a white person or like a non-black person, bro. I just show up, we put a do-rag on, we chop it up, we do a tier list, right? About who can say the N-word or something like that. An AAVE tier list. And then we lock it in. Do-rag stream with Ludwig would be insane. He already put a do-rag on, so it lost the novelty. You know? He did? Yeah. He put a do-rag on at some point. I don't know where the video is. You know? What hasn't he done? I was gonna say the N-word, but apparently Ludwig also said the N-word, according to Jason at Master Baker. What? That's what I heard. Should DM him for the AAV tier list? No. No, I did not. Nuclear. I think LeBron in the Amazon ad. Honestly, Ludwig is asking for this point. He captioned his bridge incident. Yeah, this is what it is. Wait, no, this is a different thing. Bro, why is he almost saying the N-word a bunch?
Nasty, nasty gal bumped me off the truck. What? Sorry, I don't know where that came from. I don't know where that came from. I panicked there. I don't know where that came from. I don't know. I'm sorry. I got my panic. I didn't want to say anything hurtful.
Yeah, that was way better.
Nasty gal bumped me off the truck.
He has to be practicing that, right? He has to be practicing that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Bro sits in the mirror. He's like, it comes naturally. Look, he a joke I make as a Jamaican. Doesn't make that joke at least 2 times a day. Yeah. He's 1/8 remembered. No, I don't remember that. That makes sense for him since they're gaming streamers. If it's variety, you can always do the kind of thing after a rundown of political stuff. No, that's not gonna work, chatter. Like, I hate to break it to you. None of these streamers are gonna do political stuff. They just won't. His stepdad's black. It's okay. Yeah. Anyway. Squeeze was at January 6th, though. So was Senna. Anyway, that's my thoughts on streaming in collabs. I didn't think so, but if you're gonna do variety in Twitch gaming set, like how Hassan does it, so is Carter. True, so is Carter. Carter also did a was that January 6th? I will say, and this isn't coming at any like big streamers, coming at Twitch. I still think it's crazy that I have not yet been invited to a Twitch Rivals. What do I need to do? Right? Whose glizzy do I have to gobble? What do you want from me, Twitch?
Magic trick, do a magic trick. Please magic. Okay, but you have to be good. You have to be good. You have to be good.
What is this? Why is this not loading? He's gonna say just Slam FD got in one. I don't play enough fighting games for it to be like great content. I'm bad at fighting games. Carnage Pants would be a great collab. I don't know.
Okay, the reason I'm doing this is because, and
I think Connor is funny, but it's like Connor's like best content comes from him talking to like a right winger, not understanding who Connor is. You know what I mean? Trying to buy Fortnite Friday right before Streamer Wars. I gotta get invited first. I gotta get invited first, which is why you should vote for me for Rising Star. Don't make me play the song, chat. Don't make me play the song. Where's it at? Up Nick and be like, Nick. Please, Nick, please. Please, I'm poor and need to eat. Rising star. I need a rising star. I wanna go so far. Aim for the stars. A rising star, that's me. 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 Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. Say, please, please pick me. Me. I'm free. Free. Nick, please. Nick, please. Nick, please. Please pick me. Me. I'm free. Free. Pick me. Pick me. Nick, please. I'm your rising star. Please. I will go so far. Please. I will hop in the car. Road trip, please. I'm your rising star, Nick, please. I'ma go so far, Nick, please. I'm your rising star. Road trip. You stream in the mornings, so do I. What you want, please, I won't die. I'ma cry if I'm not picked. I'ma cry, what is this shit? Oh, I'm a rising star. Oh, I'ma go so far. Oh, I would never say the things Young Dabo said to you and your friends. What I need to do, please tell me what I need to do. What can I do? What can I do? You please, I'm your rising star. Please, I'm your rising star. Please, I'ma go so far. Please, I'ma go so far. Nick, please, I'm your rising star. Nick, please, I'ma go so far. Nick, please, I'ma hop in the car for a road trip. Listen, if you see some things that I said about Asmongold, I didn't mean it, all right? If you see the things I said about Tectone, I definitely meant it, okay? I meant that 100%. But like, I did not mean what I said about Asmongold, right? When I said, okay, it's done. Yeah, that is my rising star song. This is my rising star song. I think I'm still thinking this will be my clip to the Streamer Wars. Obviously not the full thing. The full thing is like 5 minutes long, but like the minute cut down version of it, probably including the last the last little section here because I think it's funny. Alright, so probably starting like right here or something.
What can I do?
Yeah. It's my Rising Star song, which is why you should vote for me for Rising Star. Again, I'm starting my campaign before voting is even open for the 2025 Streamer Awards. Rising Star, do me a solid, help me out. When it opens, tell your friends, tell your girlfriends, tell your boyfriends, tell your aunties, your uncles, your cousins, your brothers, your sisters, your mom, your dads, your grandmas, your grandpas, your friends, your best friends, your ex-friends, your enemies, your ex-enemies, your ex-enemies to lovers, your ex-enemies to lovers to friends, your ex-enemies to friends to lovers. Tell everybody you know to vote for me for Rising Star 2025. Also, subscribe or I will run ads because I need to buy these glasses again because I broke my first pair and then I lost my second pair. All I have are these red ones, these tan ones, and these white ones in the same style. Maybe I should buy a case for them as well. Saying that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, we covered it already, which I think that they are. Also, I wanted to show you this before I leave because I am about to go because I am tired. I want to lay down and rest. Just in, at least one B-2 bomber pilot who took part in the Iran mission was female. Thank you. Chat, you know what this means. You know what I have to end you off on. You know what I have to end you off on now. One more time. One more time to close us out.
Hometown. Look up at the vast sky and hear an awful sound. 4 Hellfire missiles in the sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot. Hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot. Hashtag girl boss.
More women drone pilots. That's right. We stand on it. More women drone pilots.
I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent. Hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent. Hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots.
Hey, what? Oh.
Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by merit. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a Phineas and Ferb song. If Phineas and Ferb was leftist. That's right, chat. More female drone pilots. We need the women dropping the bombs. Then it's only fair. All right. I'll catch y'all later, though. Adios, amigos. I'll be back soon. Goodbye.